So throughout this whole training, we're going to be utilizing a lot of the techniques that you see in your little booklet. So we want to familiarize you with them. So we're trying to use them in interactive ways so that you really understand what SI techniques and all of this is all about. So the first thing that we're going to use is 2 truths and a lie. So I'm sure you've all played this game in one point or another, but this is something that we use a lot in SI, so it helps a lot with really any course. I mean, the way that it goes is obviously you say 2 things that are true and 1 thing that's a lie, and you try to make it kind of difficult, so something that's believable. And yeah, someone will try to figure out what the lie is, and in SI, you have to describe why it's a lie. So it's understanding why it is a truth, why it's a lie. We don't have to go that in depth today, but just so you guys all know it, I'll try to do my best. Oh, let me give you more. Try to do my best to introduce you to them. So we also like to use something called think, pair, share, which is you think on your own, you pair up with someone, and you share it to the SI course, right? So we're going to be utilizing both of these techniques today, right now. So just think about it amongst yourselves. So 2 truths and a lie about yourself. I'll give you 3 minutes. It might be helpful to write them down somewhere. It's okay. Did I miss something? We're doing 2 truths and a lie.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Lying does take concentration.
Okay, 1 more minute. All good? Okay, so like I said that we're going to do a think, pair, share. You already did the think part. Now I'm gonna ask you to get into a group. So the way you guys are set up is great. You guys must have thought about this. You're in a group. Basically, there's 4 of you here and there's 3 of you here. So if you could share it with your group.
So who goes first? Okay, I will tell you the truth. I am from Panama, I like the color red, and I take balls. Oh, I did 3 statements, one of them is a lie. Three single balls.
Thank you so much.
From Panama.
I'm sorry? I love the
Okay.
Okay.
Where did you get that from?
Because I don't know, I associate it to like leadership, you like to grow.
It's like close.
Okay, what are you?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You do alright. You do alright. I am a fan, I don't know.
So maybe do that around 10.
After the share, maybe. I forget when my channel was.
Look at this. This is gonna count me out.
I was raised there. Yeah, well, just mention I was like a few months older. I was raised there. I'm still lunch now, so.
What's the first one?
Hang in the back.
What's the first one? She is spelled it out, but not always. Thank you.
No, I didn't say anything, but
You laugh. You laugh after looking at that.
Okay. Alright, so I have some tough ones.
Okay.
I'm learning to play the guitar. I have the more books to be praised and I know exactly where I have to.
You're giving it away.
And I can speak 5 languages fluently.
Okay, you're simply the kind of person who reads. You're the kind of person who 10 languages. So, I'll say the guitar. He's a lie.
I just do not. I didn't know it was as high as it was.
Oh, that was the line?
Okay, I think it's the one.
Yes.
I can't speak fluently, only 3.
Oh my god. That was a trick one.
That's just like,
Yeah.
It's like, I can speak 5 languages, but.
sorta.
You can speak 5 languages?
No, I'm just saying, you can speak 5 languages.
Yeah. I mean, you can.
Okay, so one person from your group is gonna write down all the truths, and then that's what one spokesperson is gonna share.
I enjoy playing art. I like the color black, and I prefer latte over espresso.
That's, I think that's fine. That's dressed in black, also you like black.
I would do last one, yeah.
Yeah, last one.
I like espresso, yeah.
Yeah.
Over latte.
Okay, that also.
I like them both, but I like espresso more.
Okay, so who's the
You guys want me to?
What I am
You
from
like
Canada.
red?
I like red. I think about. You like Black espresso. Hey, I never knew the difference. guess it's about practice.
It's all about
Just gonna tell you, I read that when you practice an instrument, people give up normally at the year. People normally give up after the year. Because after a year, you don't see any big progress.
Okay, so do we have our spokespeople ready?
Yes. You're right.
Okay, you guys want to go first?
Yes. So the truths are, do you want me to say whose truths they are, or just all of them?
Maybe one guess.
Yeah, let's guess.
Okay. So I was born in the Dominican Republic. I love swimming. I was raised in Hollywood, Florida. I have 25 piercings. I changed my major 3 times. I practice martial arts. That's all 3 of us combined.
That's very intimidating.
25 piercings in martial arts.
Are the 25 piercings and martial arts the same person?
No.
Okay. Does anybody want to take a guess?
Piercings and martial arts.
So, okay. Dominican Republic?
Sorry, those things almost came out. Yes.
And what were the other 3?
I love swimming. I was raised in Hollywood, Florida. I changed my major 3 times.
Hollywood, Florida.
Major.
I love swimming. Yeah. Okay, that was great, but those are really interesting ones. Okay, you guys want to go?
Yes. So I like the color red. I'm taking the bus. I like cooking. I like the color black. I graduated already from BCC. I hate seafood. I'm learning how to play the guitar, and I have still 3 books to read for the summer.
Okay. So, the black is you. Cooking, is it you?
No.
Is it the same person?
Maybe.
So then that's alright, so that's that. The guitar, you.
No.
Is it you?
No.
Okay. I'm done guessing. That was a failure. I don't remember the list.
So there's, you guys got cooking and the black color, right? Then I like red. I take the bus. I graduated from BCC. I hate seafood. I'm learning the guitar, and then the 3 books to read for the summer. Yes, I know. That's done.
You hate seafood?
No, I love seafood. I hate
You hate seafood, okay.
color red.
Color red on the bus. What's the other one? Is there the books? Is that you, books?
The what?
Do you have 3 books to read?
No, not even one.
So, red bus, BCC, and books.
Take the bus?
Yes, I did, but
Okay.
it's not one of mine.
Not one of yours.
Yes.
Great. Did you guess someone or no? No?
I tried.
You tried?
Yeah.
Do you take the bus?
I do take the bus, but it's not mine.
You take the bus, is that you?
You take the
Okay.
bus.
I like red. What do you want?
Red is such an awful color.
Someone
Red
hates
and
She hates seafood. Oh.
Yeah.
Do you like the color red?
I do, but
Not
So
you.
you see how the books do it? No.
You saw the books here?
3 more, and then that's it.
Do you like the color red?
Yes.
Okay.
I was trying to show this, like, someone gets me.
Okay. And then graduated from BCC.
Oh, that's.
That's it.
Okay, great. Now, the most important part of training. What do you want to do for lunch?
Lunch?
Yes. I'm serious. What do you want to do for lunch?
Let's buy something
Oh.
together.
Okay, so we were thinking about Mangiamos. It's this really good like pizza slash restaurant place. If you guys want to bring your own lunch, if you have it, or if you want to go down to the pizza or Dunkin', that's fine. But if there is a group of people who want to pool money together to order from Maggiano's, we should do that soon. So who would want to do that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so pretty much everyone. All right, cool. Do you know what you would want?
Pepperoni?
Okay. Just one single.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, if you guys want to think about it, then we can put it in order.
Yeah.
Maybe after the presentation.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we should put it in order maybe around like 10-ish, 10, 15-ish. Okay. So right now, what we're going to do is the KWL chart. So who's learned? Who's heard of a KWL chart? Yes, Adelaide. So what does the K stand for?
Know, and then learn, and then that's like, what is that?
That's for what you want to know.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a really good way to gauge what students know about a certain topic. So you can say something like, all right, chapter 12, mitosis, what do we know, right? But about SI. So, what do we know? Anything.
You can breathe.
What?
You can breathe.
We can, okay, yes, we do know that we can breathe. I'm not gonna like that, but you're right.
2 plus 2 is 4.
Like, yes?
We know what the student wants to learn.
Can you see this blue? Okay.
I think there's 2 sessions.
Yes. So, depending on the time of the semester, sometimes we can have up to 3. If there's like a final or something, but for the most part, yeah, it's 2 sessions per week.
There's only one SI tutor for class.
Yes.
You're on a roll, SI leader. Never mind.
It's okay if you don't know anything. That's what you're here for.
We have to take math lessons.
Yes. Nico, you said something?
Yeah. We know we can do their test or homework. It's a good one.
We can come back to this as we're going along, so we can add to both the know and what you want to know. But the good thing about this chart and the way that I'd like for you to utilize it in your own sessions is answering these as we go along. And by the end of the training today, we will have answered all of these. That's the goal. So just keep that in mind. So your KWL chart, you don't need to do it all in one sitting. You can do it throughout your SI session, which I think is the most effective. So we're going to start with the training today. So yeah, we're going to start with the presentation. So if you want to just take notes, that would be great. And feel free to ask any questions that you have as we go on. Okay, so SI around the world. So believe it or not, SI is in 29 different countries. So if you want to just look at all of these countries, maybe point out some that jump out at you. You don't have to raise your hand, you can just.
Puerto Rico.
Belgium.
So why do we need academic support? So you guys are all tutors, so you've all heard about wanting to help students become independent learners. So that means that after tutoring, after SI, they can utilize the same skills that you've showed them in their own homework strategies, test-taking strategies, and really learn how to study, learn more effective study skills and strategies for understanding and retaining the information. Also, the graduation rates of students. We really, at Bergen, as you know, we are a college completion campus, and we really want to make sure that people graduate. So that's the whole point of Bergen, just moving on and going to a four-year school or trades or whatever. We want to make sure that students complete graduation, and SI is one of those tools that we utilize in order to help follow through. We also want to facilitate learning. So it's one thing if you just try to study yourself, but we all know that sometimes teaching the information to someone or doing it in a group setting helps you to retain it and kind of drill it in your mind. So that's really what we want to capitalize on in an SI session. SI research. So SI participants earn higher mean final course grades. They receive lower D, W, and F grades, so drop, fail, withdrawal grades. And SI participants persist and re-enroll and graduate at higher rates. So this is a distribution. So you can see in the yellow is non-SI and the blue is SI. So this is a sample size of almost 700,000 students from fall 2002 to spring 2012. 67 institutions, over 5,000 courses. So as you can see pretty consistently, the GPAs are higher. Well, the final grade, I'm sorry.
Who has successfully completed the course, we require that you have a B+ or better in whatever respective course you are trying to take on. And you attend the participating course. So you have to attend just like a student would. So a lot of certified programs in this country and all around the world, they don't require 100% SI leader attendance, but we find that it's the most effective. So you can't necessarily go over exactly what the student is going to be learning without being there, right? So sometimes you'll find that whatever's in the textbook is not necessarily what the professor is touching upon. So we require that SI leaders go. You're paid for that hour and a half, 3 hours, whatever it is, so you don't have to worry about that. But the SI leader becomes familiar with the subject matter and the way in which the faculty teaches the materials in the class. Ideally, we'd want an SI leader to be someone who has taken that course with that particular professor, but a lot of the times, just due to scheduling constraints, that's not possible. But in an ideal world, we would have it, just so that you can, you know what that professor is like, what kind of content they want to focus on, what their tests are like, how to effectively ace that test. So during lecture, the SI plans his or her agenda for the upcoming SI session based on the specific questions the students have in class. So we usually recommend that SI leaders sit in the back of the class because you can really see the audience. You can see the class and see if they're struggling with a certain thing. If there's a certain concept and you see four students go, what is that? You know what to bring up in an SI session. And most of all, the SI leader demonstrates professionalism at all times. So as an SI leader, you are representing both the STEM grant and the CLAC. So we do require a level of professionalism, but as you know, this is a peer program. So when I mean professional, I don't mean authoritarian or like Candace said, on the stage. It's not a professor, it's more just being professional, having a responsible demeanor, and really just trying to facilitate learning above all.
Not not watching YouTube during class or putting your feet up on the desk.
So the goals of SI: improve learning, improve student performance, and increase continued enrollment and retention. So the SI basic outline: SI is assigned to historically difficult courses. So what does that mean? So that means over a 49% DFW rate. So we find the highest the highest DFW rate that we have is Matt 160. In the whole course, in the whole course catalog, Matt 160 Intermediate Algebra is by far our hardest course. So that's really what we focus on, but that's what historically difficult means. It's offered to all enrolled students. So let's say you are an SI leader for Bio 101 002. Anyone enrolled in Bio 101, regardless of the section, is able to attend your SI. So you may find that you have students who you've never seen before because they're in a different professor's section. Regularly scheduled, out of class, voluntary, and anonymous. So, anonymous. That means that the professor, unfortunately, cannot know who is attending. So we want to keep it voluntary, and we want to make sure that it's not like, okay, if you attend SI, we're going to give you 10 points extra on your final exam grade, or something like that. We want to make sure that students are coming because they want to learn, and not because they see some incentive. Other than that, student facilitated review sessions. So that's really what it is. It's not necessarily teaching the content again, it's reviewing it. Sessions are facilitated by your peers, you guys. So that's why we like to have people who are similar in not only age group, but also situation. So you have all either recently graduated or are currently enrolled, and that's what we find most effective in SI. Did I forget anything?
No, let me add something about the anonymous part too. Because as you know, faculty can request proof that a student attended something to offer them extra credit, another chance on a test, whatever it is, and we will always provide that proof. However, if your faculty member that you're working with says, I want to offer an incentive for the students to go to SI, you can either let them know or have them contact one of the supervisors just to discuss that they also have to offer an equivalent incentive for students who are unable to attend SI. Because we are a community college, because students come and go, they have family obligations, jobs, other things that they're involved in, it's possible that a student might not be able to attend any of the 2 or 3 SI sessions that you're offering per week, and it's not fair that they lose out on the extra credit or extra chance just because of their own schedule. So most of the time what the faculty will do is offer the same credit for just coming to a tutoring session or spending time in the walk-in. So just, you always want to mention that just in case that does come up in conversation. Oh, you just have to wait for this one. Okay.
So the key stakeholders: the students, SI supervisors, us, faculty, and SI leaders, you guys. So we cannot function without one of these missing. So this is just a really big unified project between these 4 stakeholders, and yeah, we can't exist without all of them. So the benefits for stakeholders: enhanced tutorial skills. So we find that tutors who are also SI leaders become stronger tutors themselves. So the strategies that you learn in these study techniques are some things that you can even adopt in your own tutoring practices. So it's learner-centered sessions will reinforce SI concepts. So you'll find that a lot of the things that you're learning will help reinforce learning concepts and all of that. SI participants are exposed to an optimal learning environment. Learners will be skillfully directed to engage in an intellectual exchange of course concepts. So, because this is not just a repeat of a
professor lecturing, this is something that is super engaging and requires the students to work in groups. So you'll often find that an SI leader is not necessarily in the front of the class. They're more on the side trying to give supplemental instruction. So something to supplement the group work and the what the students themselves are working on. So we like to give students assignments and really be there if they need help, but not really giving answers or facilitating anything beyond that. So you'll see what I mean further in the training. It's also the institutional success, so increased retention rates.
This is one of my favorite parts of the whole thing. There are 3 non-negotiables for supplemental instruction. And as the title non-negotiable may tell you, these are not a choice. These are techniques you should be using in each SI session. All right. The first one is redirecting questions. There are 2 types of redirecting questions. One is when a student asks you a question and you ask it back to the class. Oh, that's a really good question. Does anyone have an idea about what Joe was just asking? Very calm, very relaxed, just sort of making conversation. The other is when when you ask a question and a student provides a response, rather than immediately providing that yes, no, yes, great, good answer, or well, no, that's not quite right, putting yourself in that professorial position of always having the answers, don't answer the question. Send it back to the group. So you ask a question, someone answers, and you go, okay, does anyone think Joe's answer is right or wrong? What do you guys think? Right? Just constantly throwing it back, leading the students to sort of struggle with their own comfort with how well they know the material. The second one is exercising wait time. This, I think, is the one that most people find the most difficult. It's also very difficult if you are sort of a new teacher. If you're looking to go into teaching, this is something that's very good for you to learn how to do. This is when someone asks you a question, you don't do anything right away. Or if you ask a question, you sort of just wait, right? So if I say, well, what was your favorite part of today so far? No favorite parts yet today? Yeah, good, right? Eventually someone is going to be like, this is so awkward and uncomfortable, I have to say something, right? Trust me, it is harder for you as the SI leader than it is for the student. When I first started teaching, I actually used to count in my head. I would ask a question, I'd be like, 1, 2, 3, 4, because 3 seconds felt like 25 seconds. And in the beginning, I could only wait 10 seconds, and then eventually I would push it to 20. You want to grow comfortable and just sort of wait. And the thing is, you don't have to stand there and just be like, always reminds me of Dora the Explorer, like they always just bust in the stairs. I have small children, so that's my reference point. But you can sort of, make faces, gesture. Anybody? No? Maybe? And if it goes a little while, say like, is the question not clear? Do you need me to rephrase? Right? Don't jump in with the answer. Keep pushing, right? Learning is uncomfortable. And then the last one is checking for understanding. This is really key. When you plan your SI sessions, your closing activity will be a checking for understanding activity, so that you don't sort of go through the whole session and they're like, toodaloo, see you later. You want to make sure at the end that the students have learned something, have retained something, whatever it is. But you can also do this throughout the session. Is everybody okay with that? And don't just accept a yes or a no, or does anybody have questions about this part? Do you understand how to do X, Y, Z? Can someone tell me one more time how we work through that again? Just to really make sure that they do understand what it is you're talking about, and it also shows that you care about their progress and you're not here just to sort of walk them through information. So again, the 3 non-negotiables, you will see them a couple times today. A couple of general tutorial support don'ts. This also goes for any of your work in the tutoring center as well. We do not compromise or water down course content, right? The content is what it is. We are not here to sort of water it down. We don't spoon feed information. Again, specifically what we're doing right now, but you will not be sort of just regurgitating information at students, just like you shouldn't do in your tutoring session, right? The best tutoring sessions are the ones in which the tutors are primarily asking questions and the students are providing information. All right, so what do you do next? And then what do you do after that? All right, that wasn't right. What do you think you might have gotten wrong in that, right? The tutor is always engaged in forcing the student to engage with the material. We don't reteach. So someone cannot come to SI or to tutoring and say, I missed class last week. Can you teach me what we missed? Nope. They are welcome to sit in, but they have to do the reading and the homework and sort of put in the legwork on their own. And again, that's for SI and for tutoring. We do not give all the answers. So this is one of the parts of wait time that people say, well, like, what if no one knows the answer? Can I just give them the answer? And also for redirecting questions. Oh, that's a good answer. What do you guys think about Joe's answer? Do you think it's a yes? Do you all think it's a yes? Eventually you have to give them the answer, right? But we don't give them all the answers. That's not what we're here for. And we'll talk about some techniques later today about creating either handouts or activities where you give some answers, just so you're providing some information, but you're never giving the complete information. And then of course you don't want to dominate the session. As we've said a couple times, you're sitting on the side, you're sitting in the back, you're kind of floating around the room, you're not conducting a course. All right, so here are 3 very well kept happy lab rats, right? And they all have to go through the maze, right? Because their cheese is on the other side, and as we all know, cheese is the goal of life, and we all want to just get to the cheese. I love cheese. So, however, the mice can't see where they're going, right? But if they work together and try to build a plan, then perhaps they can construct a method for getting where they need to get. Right? I know. They used to eat UMKC. It's so cute.
That's a beautiful story.
It's all about the cheese. Really. But yeah, it's okay. Those could be, I don't know, corgis. It'd be fine. All right. So that is the primary portion of sort of the information download for today. Going forward, the rest of it's going to be a lot more interactive. So what we're going to do is break up into your groups again to talk a little bit about the different roles and responsibilities in the SI program in the key stakeholders. Okay? I just need to get my notes from the back. You're going to be using your SI Leader book for this, because I think, yeah, the page numbers up there are not right. So, let's say this side, Janavi's side, if you guys want to do SI Leader and the Instructor, which is on pages 7 and 8, take 5 minutes to read it to yourselves, and then we'll take 5-6 minutes to discuss it as a group, and then you'll take 5-6 minutes to share with the rest of the group sort of the key takeaways from your section. All right? And then on Nicolette's side, you guys can do SI Leader and the Student, which is on pages 9 and 10. Again, take 5 minutes to read over those pages individually, then as a small group, discuss and determine what the most salient points are, and then we'll ask you to share them with the rest. All right? Guys, in your small groups, want to convene and talk about what you think the key takeaways are for your assigned roles.
Okay. So what would you guys do in these situations? The instructor asks you to do something as the assignment. The supervisor have asked you not to do.
Okay, what do you
Like lecture for now. What would you guys do?
Explain to the professor that we're not supposed to lecture. The professor insists.
why is it focus? But not supposed to lecture. It's not, I know our responsibility all the time. So, it's like to use Supplemental and for like a one for like the next organization. I don't like,
All good? All right, so SI leader and the instructor side, what would you say are the key takeaways from that relationship?
Were you raising your hand? Oh, not, okay. So we pretty much discussed that most of us have been tutors here. All of us? Most of us? Most of us have been tutors here, so I think that for the do's and don'ts part of this, that they're pretty much the same and they overlap a lot when it comes to the student relationship with the SI leader. The only thing that is added is the relationship with the instructor, and it's pretty much just based on communication with them. So I feel letting them know what the boundaries are, because some of the situations that they have in here is like, oh, like the instructor wants feedback about the content. That one I found really interesting, because pretty much what you do is, I guess I felt that you can give feedback as long as you don't tell the professor like specifically, oh, this student needed help with this, you know what I mean? Because it breaches their privacy.
Correct.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
like,
an excellent
just like basically keep this active communication with the professor. Let him know, like, it's okay to let, I feel like it's okay to let the professor know what the students are struggling with, like in general. But they help the professor plan the sessions, and also the professor help you plan your own SI sessions also, what you want to focus on. So it just basically keep that communication respectful.
Anything, Dan?
If you're unsure about anything, definitely reach out to your SI supervisor and talk to them. And if the professor is asking you questions that you're unsure about, refer to your SI supervisor. You are not an answer machine, as we've already mentioned.
Yes, tutors nor SI leaders are answer machines, right? You don't have to know everything all the time. As John said, one of the key differences between tutoring and SI is that as an SI leader, you do have a close working relationship with the faculty member leading the course, for whom you're running the SI sessions. So you should, if possible, be at class 5 minutes early, maybe, just to always say hi, touch base with them about anything, maybe be available for 5 minutes after. It is possible that your SI sessions will be right before or after your class, but either way, you should make some time for the instructor in case there's anything that maybe they want to share with you. We have a test next week. You should probably stress that the students work on X, Y, Z. It's not that the instructor is going to dictate what your content is for your SI sessions, but they can certainly make suggestions and guide you in certain directions, and you should welcome that information because obviously they know what's going to be relevant, to the course. There was something else that you even said that was, what was the thing you said you had if they ask how certain students are doing?
Yeah.
Right. So you can give general feedback. So last week, the class overall, just so you know, really struggled about X, Y, Z. Whether the faculty member asks or not, you could make that suggestion if you see that there is a particular important concept that a majority of the students you're talking to seem to have struggled with. Just so you know, we had an SI session last week, and we went over A, B, and C, and the students really still, even at the end of the session, were still struggling with C. And so the faculty member knows, maybe I should do a little extra review for that. It can only really be helpful. Obviously, you are presenting this in a way that is constructive and respectful, not like, wow, the way you taught that last week, nobody got it, so I think we should do that again, right? That's not what we're doing here. But as an instructor or faculty member, sometimes it's hard to know what the students get and don't get until you give them an assignment and you get it back and they go, oh, nobody said anything, and they totally don't get that at all. So your feedback can be helpful as long as it's delivered in the right way. But you cannot give feedback on who is attending the sessions and how they're doing, because that would violate that student's FERPA rights.
On that, I have a question. One of the situations mentioned was number 5, which is the student asked if he he or she can visit one of your SI sessions.
Instructor.
The instructor
yes,
asks,
but
yes, good question. What do you guys think?
I would say no, but.
Just like that, no.
But it's the instructor, you know, so I don't know how that would work because then they would know that which students are going.
Right.
And that's kind of like, I don't know.
So what do you guys think? No. Excellent.
You said the public.
Anyone think yes?
You will have to plan a different type of session, like,
And make the student aware that the instructor will be
yeah,
there.
let the
Yeah.
student know
So
this,
it's not
the student is going, like, yes.
That's the key part.
Yeah.
Yes. So the faculty, you can't bar a faculty member of the college from entering spaces in the college, right? But in order to be in adherence to SI guidelines, they cannot come to your SI session unannounced. So let's say you are running an SI session and they just show up, you have to not let them in a very kind and respectful way. And that has happened, but you cannot violate the privacy of the students. In that sort of situation, find one of us, real fast, right? And then we'll sort of like remind them of how this goes. Any faculty member who's participating in SI has met with one of us and has gone over the requirements for SI, including what is or is not expected of them as the faculty member in terms of not attending sessions, supplying their final grades for the course so we can put it in the data that we need, all that kind of stuff. However, if they say, you know, I'd really like to attend your SI session next week just to see what they look like, you say, great, just so you know, I'm going to let the class know. Since SI is confidential, they just need to know ahead of time that you're coming. And that's it. And so you should be promoting SI regularly in class, maybe even every class session at the beginning, just so you guys know. We had a great SI last week. We have another one coming up today at 2 o'clock. We're going to talk about XYZ down in the tutoring center if you guys want to come, right? Tomorrow's SI session, Professor Smith is going to be attending. He just wants to see what SI looks like. So I hope a lot of you guys can show up and show them all the great stuff that we're doing at SI. You know, but you do have to make the students aware of it. Yeah, the only time it's the no is if they just come to the door. But that doesn't really happen. Other key points or questions about SI leader and the instructor? We can move on to SI leader and the student. What would you say are the key takeaways?
So the first one, for example, when the student asks you a copy of the lecture notes, I asked that question too, and then we discussed. And I think we are not responsible for taking very nice notes, but we can share it with them. They can take a picture of what we take in the class.
Okay.
I also have most of the questions, but hypothetical questions here are about students not being able to attend SI classes and seeing if they can just keep up with what you have done. I think that most of the answers are you can, but that will not help you.
That's an excellent way to put it. In terms of the information that's on page 10, what would you say is the most important sort of do's and don'ts to share with the group?
So I guess it's like all about trying to help the student remind, like keeping in mind what's your role, that you cannot go beyond sometimes when you want to, like you can help them. And if they have any problems and you cannot solve that, then supervisors and people who are part of the stakeholders.
So what do you do if a student says, oh, I missed class, can I get your notes?
What I would say was that you can't do it. That won't help you as much. You will have to do your own research, look for videos, use the book, because I will always say, taking other people's notes will never help you understand the material. Notes are for you, from you to you.
Right? So are you taking notes as an SI leader the same way that you would take notes as a student? Probably not, right? Because you already took that class and you did well, right? So as an SI leader in class, you're planning your next session, you're noticing what students are missing. So your notes probably are not going to be that helpful to the student. So you can say, very similar to what Lee said, maybe just a little nicer. You can, but they're not gonna help you. I would share my notes with you, but during class, I'm usually taking notes to plan for my next session, and I'm writing down the things people don't understand or some ideas I have for when we meet next. But maybe you should check with one of the other students who was taking notes and see if they have the full class notes to share with you, right? Because there's nothing wrong with sharing your notes. If for some reason that day you did just take great class notes, you are welcome to share them, but it's not your purpose there. And in class, you really should be doing other things anyway, right? Now, in terms of materials for the SI session, you can create materials for your SI session. You can make handouts or things like that. But the SI suggestion is always that they be incomplete. So there's a strategy called incomplete timeline. That's a very popular one, where you have something, but you have sort of just bits and pieces of information where that worksheet or that handout is not very helpful if you weren't at the SI session to discuss it. Because SI is really participatory, and if you're not there, you're really not going to get the same thing. If you do have a handout that you make, maybe some shortcuts or key terms or formulas or anything, you are welcome to share that with students who do or do not attend. That's perfectly fine, but not necessarily on a regular basis. On a regular basis, the students should be either coming to SI or they can talk to a classmate to see sort of how the activity went that it is that you're doing. You always just want to be warm and welcoming, share what you can, but explain that it's really not the same if you're not there. Other questions about SI and the student? Please wait time. All right, so we're going to move on to SI leader and the supervisor, which are on page 16, and we'll do this one all together. What are some of the things that we as your supervisors can assist you with students? Right, my supervisor can assist me with students when? What can we help you with?
Students get out, start talking about personal problems.
Right, you have a student who approaches you with personal problems, right? So you tell them, I don't do that. There is a counseling center. No, but you can. Maybe nicer. But you can also, right, refer them to us, let us know if there's a student who's struggling with certain issues. That, again, same as tutoring, right? Same guidelines. What else?
When the instructors want to come to our SI sessions,
Mm-hmm.
welcome to you guys.
Come to us, right, if the instructor wants to visit the session. Well, you don't have to necessarily. If you just sort of announce it to the class and it's okay, that's normal and that's okay. If they sort of come without letting you know ahead of time, that's when you have to let us know. Yeah. But that said, it's not like, you can tell us that information, but you don't have to kind of thing. But we'd like to know if the faculty are showing interest in coming. That's always good to know.
The student is consistently coming to the essay session, is just bothering the class.
Disruptive? If you have a disruptive student in your SI session? I can tell you did your new hire training very recently. Mommy goes over all this.
Yesterday.
I know.
It's freshman.
Yep.
It's fresh.
Good.
Well, if an instructor is asking you to do things outside your role, like teach a whole class.
Right. Instructor says, I'm not going to be here on Tuesday. Can you cover my class for me? Same as tutoring. No. We are not authorized to do that. That said, if the instructor wants you to hold an SI session in the place of class, that you can do. So So that would then lead you to ask one of us to reserve a room, because we have to find a place for that, unless you want to do it in the classroom, which would be okay too. But again, you have to let us know where you are. And we have to change your schedule so that it doesn't show in class, it shows an SI session, just so that everything is on the level. And then that is perfectly fine if they want you to run an extra SI session if they're going to miss a class. That's always an option. But they can't give you new material to present, a quiz to proctor, anything like that. Nothing to grade. Similar to being an in-class tutor. My supervisor can assist me in getting things I need for a session, such as anything you need in your session, we can help you get. Rooms are good. We don't do SI in the hallway, right? So we have L106 and L107, which we are rebranding for the fall to be something like study room 1, study room 2, something like that. Because we find that we send students to L106 and L107, and we find them wandering in the hallway by the bookstore trying to get in, right? So going forward, we are going to just say that the SI sessions for those rooms are in L125, study room 1, or L125, study room 2. We're going to try to put some signage over the doors just to clear that up. But then we also have SA 120, and then we also reserve other rooms in the L wing or other areas too sometimes. We try to keep you as close to the tutoring center as possible, but due to the number of sessions, sometimes we just simply run out of space. So if you ever need help, let's say you have a super successful SI session, and you're scheduled to be in L107, and you consistently are getting like 20 students and you need a bigger room, let us know. We'll find a room. What else can we help you get?
Get markers.
Markers.
They're important.
Dry erase markers are probably the number one thing.
The razors.
If you would like to, that's perfect.
Colors.
Of
Yeah.
course, of course. You're always welcome to bring your own, but in no way required to do so.
Yeah, we have entire drawers filled with different color markers, so you'll be fine.
Do you put double-sided ones?
Yes, yes
I'm
we
gonna
do.
go fishing there.
They're definitely for borrowing only.
I don't even have a whiteboard, I don't even need them. I'm just like- I'm like a school supplies addict.
Do they get us textbooks too? Do we need those for the courses?
You might. The tutoring center tries to have the most recent textbooks available. But if you find that we don't have the most recent one, then yes, you could let your SI supervisor or that subject supervisor know. So let's say it's Math 160, you could let Madhvi know, or let Joan, and they will work together to reach out to the faculty and get some current ones. Little whiteboards, yep. You can borrow the little whiteboards, although you'll always be in a room that has 2 whiteboards.
L106 has 2 whiteboards. I think we all do.
Yeah. So we always have at least 2, lots of group board work.
8-inch 4K TV.
Hmm?
An 8-inch 4K TV.
For my house, please. My children have damaged our television by hitting it with plastic swords.
Oh,
It has 3 bright spots.
that's very specific.
It is. It is. Don't give swords to 3-year-olds.
Bring handouts, like,
Right, photocopies, right? The photocopier has a code on it. We do not give that code out because then our paper budget goes through the roof. So, if you need copies within reason, right, let us know. Preferably ahead of time if possible, because you never know when that machine will jam. So, you can do it the day before, it's always helpful.
Maybe if you're tutoring anatomy and physiology or the human body, maybe like a physical diagram of like different parts.
Oh, yeah, so we have a lot of models, right, in the math science walk-in that you can borrow. Does the skeleton have a name in L125? He did at one point, I don't remember what it is, but there's the slightly fragile skeleton outside of L107. I've definitely seen tutors and SI leaders, bring him around. So the head goes missing sometimes, but so far we're.
I forgot that they're. Yep.
He needs a name.
How about Frank?
Hmm?
Frank.
Frank?
That's a good name.
It's a good name.
Frank Frank.
Oh. There you go. I like that.
Can anyone think of anything else that you would need for the SI sessions that you can get from either of us? Well, you like to get paid, right?
It's a good one. Okay. I'm so glad you're all volunteering to work
Yeah,
for free.
thank you so
It
much.
saves us so much money. That's not for everybody. It's free. Kyra will be thrilled.
So obviously the timesheets, we need that. We also spoke about planning sheets, so those are a physical thing. Later in the training, you'll actually see them. But there are a few things that you will need as an SI leader for every class that you do, and we do keep track of them for data purposes. So as an SI leader, it's really important to stay organized and on top of your attendance sheets, planning sheets, all of those things, and of course your timesheets.
So going through that way, how much are we getting paid for it?
So whatever you make as a tutor, it's $2 more. Yeah. So it's different for everyone, but yeah, as long as you know what you make as a tutor, when you were hired, they usually put whatever your salary is, then we increase it by $2.
And when you're rehired every semester, Rosa sends out the emails with your current rate. And so it's that, it's $2. Which is why you have multiple timesheets, because you can't put different rates and different funds on one timesheet.
Right.
And good news, maybe within the next year or two, we might have electronic timesheets.
They'll save so much.
Look at that beautiful 21st century moment. Okay, are we good with that part? It's not like that's the last time we'll ever discuss that. We're all always, open to questions that you guys probably find. But we want to move along. So the next part we're going to do is talk about the 3 non-negotiables. I said we'd see them again. Here they are. So I'm going to break you up into 3 pairs. Okay? So 2, 2, and 2, all right? There'll be one group of 3. One group of 3, 2 groups of 2. You guys can divvy yourselves up if you like. All right, so there are 3. So clearly over here, there's 2 groups of 2. Survival of the fittest. All right, so group of 3, I am going to give you redirecting questions, which is on pages 26 through 28. All right, Nicolette, are you working with Lakey? Yeah? Sure. Okay. All right, Nicolette and Lakey, you get wait time, pages 24 and 25. And then Adelaida, and I don't, are you, Unbin?
Yes.
You get page 30, which is check for understanding. All right, so same as last time, take 5 minutes, review your pages, and then we'll talk about it together. Yes. Here.
Why are you apologizing? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Have another question to it. All of them. Well, what do you think?
Oh, when I say computer science, it was application of the how do you work? So what's it? You know, the particular field.
So we construct, we never get to
But it doesn't matter.
or you can use do that with your borders. When you come up with it seems like explanation to you yourself, you really know. It's going to be really learn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because otherwise people put to use follow right.
Yeah.
And that's not
That's what I wanted to know, like something about
I will understand it, just makes me bad. The first question. Yeah, the first again.
well, that's also very cool.
Yeah.
Please explain that to us.
Yeah. First side three, that's the plan, that's to help you become more independent.
Yeah, when you go around the phone, like instructions for phone. Kind of like confident.
Also, if you don't really need to say the nice word to find out each other.
there's no question. The student learns reading.
Oh, you're using it for the greenhouse. Okay,
I
okay.
think that's not a degree,
No, no,
but
seriously.
that's a no. But I think it
One more
depends,
minute?
because, like, if there's a student
Your name was-
who has practiced like, throughout what he's done, he or she has done like homework,
Last name.
and they've practiced that same problem or those same type of problems again and again, and they've done it by themselves, and they show you their work from like homework or like other practices that they've done, and they're like, I have no idea what I'm doing. They're like, well, okay, I guess no. Talk to me now. I'm rambling. No.
Maybe questions that are not about the topic of the study.
Use like
Yeah.
use-
Specific dates for exams. So well, your exam is for this date, so. Those are like not open for discussion.
Yeah.
But that's all I can think of is like unrelated to content.
Can I go to this one?
It's scary. It's gonna be weeks.
Yeah.
Once you do this,
Maybe,
you can
yeah.
No, to be honest, I will tell him.
I was thinking that maybe also, it's something like really fundamental, that is holding the whole session class. If you just one student that is holding the whole session,
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
how can you deal
All right.
with that? Yeah, like a really,
All right,
concept, like
everybody.
even for the physics class,
Yeah.
something that you, I don't know, they do in physics.
We're gonna bring this back to sort of the larger discussion. So which group would like to talk first? Nikki, and what section did you guys review? What section did you review? What non-negotiable?
Wait.
20,
Wait time?
25?
Wait time?
Yes, wait time.
All right, so what do you want to tell everybody about wait time?
I mean, I guess that, as you explained, having 10 to 20 seconds of not talking, waiting for the student to talk by himself, will help them think through stuff instead of just, if you wait like too short of a time, they will not be able to think about it, but if you give them a lot of time, they will actually be able to think deeply about the problem. And with the questions that they gave us here, what you can do as a leader to answer one question, if nobody is answering one question. I will say that talking from math and science mostly, give them the first steps and then letting them keep going. And just giving them the clues so that they can find out. Nicole.
I guess, what can you, so usually if no one answers the question, I ask more and I rephrase the question. And like as a writing tutor, if they have troubles coming out with what to express, sometimes I have them talk about themselves and then they come up naturally without me saying, what do you want to write about? I just ask about them. And then they come up naturally of what they want to express in their writing or how they can relate to the material they read, like for writing and expressive. Yeah, and if they get frustrated, I would just stay silent.
If they get frustrated, I will stare at them for 2 minutes until they leave the room.
Can we talk about this afterwards? I
No.
think, go on.
And I wasn't going to be honest in this one. I just will tell them, oh, if you're frustrated, I will just tell them, I'm waiting for you to talk, so say something. Whatever it is. Because talking is better than not saying anything.
Well, right, within reason, right? You don't want them to be so frustrated that they don't come back next time,
Oh.
you know, right? What do you guys think about that so far? Since we discussed a little, anything still unclear? Anything you heard or noticed or thought about?
For the frustration time, well, not frustration time.
That would be a good sub-name for wait time is frustration time.
Or, when the students get frustrated, you have, if you, I guess, waited too long. I think at this, like, it's just the instructors, they have to know a balance between when to wait and not, because like you said, if you wait
like you guys said, if you wait too little, then it's kind of like, okay, so I'm pretty much just teaching them. If you wait too much, then it's just, the student might get frustrated and not come back. So I think, oh, sorry, yeah, I think you have to know pretty much like a balance in between the two. And if they really, like, you can see it in a student's face if they just completely just don't understand anything. Like most of the time you can when they're just lost. Like they give you like that blank look or they're just looking somewhere. And you're like, okay, so you know what, why don't we, and from that point I think you should just, and I'm talking about math because that's what I tutor. So you can just say, oh yeah, so why don't we start from here, what do you think we should do in this part? And like, you know, step by step, go through the problem, and then hopefully by that time they'll know everything by themselves.
I think them being frustrated is a good sign. I think that's gonna happen sometimes.
It's growth.
Not necessarily bad.
Right, it's like going to the gym, right? You go to the gym, you haven't been to the gym in a while, the next day you hurt, right? It's the same thing, you hurt because you're making progress and your body is healing itself. It's the same thing. They're frustrated and that hurts because their brain is growing, their learning process is growing. I will sort of add one thing here, and it's all very good, but one particular part you're coming at more from a tutoring standpoint than an SI standpoint. So if the students are frustrated and you think, well, let's break it down step by step, try to get a student to do that. So that it's not you at the board giving the first step. You could say, does anyone here at least know where we should start? And if that means they just write the problem on the board, that's good. You got someone else up there to do something, and it takes another 30, 45 seconds for another student who might be thinking, oh, I think I know one step, right? Break it down to the smallest component part so everyone kind of starts chipping away at it. And again, it's not you giving the first step. See if someone else can give the first step. Whenever possible, redirect it to, which sort of shows us. But, try to get the students to be the ones, pretend you're a lazy tutor and you're sitting in the chair, right? You don't want to be at the board. You want the students to be at the board, It kind of goes against probably a lot of what your natural inclination is. And that takes practice, and the wait time does too. So it's just about sort of, getting there.
I think a really important component of wait time as well is understanding that in your SI session, you're going to have students of all different learning abilities and course content, just understanding. So, I mean, a student isn't going to want to come back to SI if they feel like they don't have time to think about it. Like you don't want to go into a class that, a session where you're hoping to get some answers and you feel like you're struggling to even keep up. So utilizing the wait time helps everyone. So it not only helps you, but it helps the students themselves. It also, like I said, helps people feel more welcome. And, that's what it's about, right? Having people wanting to come and feeling like they're able to get something.
So what if you have, let's say, on the topic of, different learning abilities, what if you have a lot of students who don't understand a certain topic, and then you could still have somebody who just knows everything. So they're there, and they just know everything. So every single time you ask, so what do you guys do? Like, oh yeah, this is what you do, and they literally just do the whole problem. And then everybody's just like, pretty much at the same place where they were from the beginning. So what then?
Yeah,
I've had a
my class.
student like that before.
Okay.
Definitely in the past. What do you guys think? What would you do in that situation? I have an answer.
It definitely happens, yeah.
Ask them, okay, so why? Tell them to explain why to the other students.
That's interesting. Also, something I like to do is saying, just bluntly, hey, I'd like to hear from someone else in the classroom. As politely as possible, not like, hey, shut up. But it's
We know, you have the answers. Take a seat. Somebody else.
Just quite simply saying, I would like to hear from other people, or like Nikki said, just asking them why. So using this as a tool, take some of the pressure off your own back, put it on the genius in the classroom who knows everything. So
Pretty soon we're gonna work on familiarizing yourself with the strategies. You'll have sort of a stacked card, the colored cards there. And there are different strategies for different types of work. So like we just did now, so divide and conquer and clusters, right? So divide and conquer is when you have maybe a challenging reading or a large reading and you split portions of it up to clusters of students and you have them work independently in small groups. The think, pair, share is another one where you have someone work individually, then in small groups, and then in the large group. And this gives an opportunity to the students who are reticent to talk to have some time to think it through on their own or to discuss it on a more private level with one or two of their classmates rather than in front of the whole group. In SI, we never want to force anybody to contribute, so you very, very rarely, unless you are sort of further along in the semester, you have a very good working relationship with the students, don't necessarily want to be like, oh, Sean, we haven't heard from you today, what do you think? Maybe Sean didn't do the reading, maybe Sean just wants to sit and be quiet, maybe he's having a bad day. You have no idea, but he's there and you want him to be comfortable there, so we never want to put anyone on the spot. Just like we don't want to say that someone should have to, sit down or stop answering. But you can find strategies to use once you notice that this is happening in 1 or 2 sessions to divide the students up and try different techniques so that student isn't always given the opportunity to also to take over. If it becomes really disruptive to a point where it's hard to manage the session, then you can come talk to us. You could also talk to the student after the fact, say, I'm so glad you're coming to my SI sessions. You've had so much valuable information to contribute. I just want to let you know that it seems like a few of the students are stuck on a few things, so in the next session we're going to slow it down a little, and I just want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to contribute. You're not criticizing them, you are valuing their contributions, and letting them know that you see sort of their hard work, but that you also have to balance the needs of the other people who contribute too. But we'll do some strategy work for that. All right, so which group wants to go next? Which one did you have?
Checking for understanding.
Okay.
Page 30. And so the basic idea, we want to see whether they understood it or not. And the best way is not to give questions so that they can give a yes or no answer.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to ask open-ended questions.
Yes.
And in the last paragraph, they're suggesting some ways, like you might come back, asking them why, asking them summaries, or like just talk about what somebody else said, or just like make them talk about it and see how much they understood about something. So yeah, there's like other stuff, like for example, checking if they understood the concept, asking them for real life situations or analogies, which would be kind of best. And yeah, practicing waiting time and directing the question to them to make them talk, making something out of it.
Right, the other 2 strategies or non-negotiables are very tightly tied. Right, checking for understanding, wait time, checks for understanding, redirecting questions, checks for understanding. What do you guys think about number 5? Once in a while, intentionally make mistakes on the board.
I like that. It helps to see if the students are paying attention.
If they're actively listening to them.
And it also checks if they're comfortable. Because I know that in classes, like I see sometimes that professors make mistakes on the board, and I just, sometimes I say something when I'm actually like looking, or other times I'm writing notes and I'm like, what is happening right now? But sometimes students don't say anything at all, and the professor's just finishing the whole problem, and then after they finish the whole problem, they're like, that's wrong. And I'm just like, oh no, not there, before. So that's why I think it helps to see if the students are comfortable around you. And it also shows that if you're, I guess, if you make them comfortable, because if a professor or if anybody, I guess, snaps back at you because you're correcting them, then they're never going to do it ever again. So it shows you what type of attitude I guess you have towards the students and how they respond to you when you make a mistake. So, yeah, I like it.
Definitely let them know though that you did it on purpose. Right? Because otherwise they might lose their faith in you as an SI leader. Right? But it might be good to do early on in the semester. You know, make a mistake and see sort of what happens. And if nobody says anything after a couple minutes, they're like, oh, you know, I might have made a mistake here. Anybody happen to notice that? They'll be like, oh my God, we didn't want to say anything, you know? And say like, oh, I was just checking, make sure you guys are paying attention. I was worried for a second. Can anybody correct it now? You know, you want, SI is supposed to be very light and, you know, an enjoyable period of time. Not, you know, less stressful maybe than a study group or an in-class session. Other thoughts on checking for understanding? All right, and then redirecting questions.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that I guess the important thing is we remember that we are helping the students to find the answers and not giving the answers to them. So the idea, I guess, is just how about like this conversation to build the knowledge. I feel like if otherwise the students will have like learn how to follow instructions instead of to truly understand the concepts. And I have this to have a redirecting questions always helps to keep the conversation going and help the students to come out with the answers at the end. So just, I guess, be careful with the question that you redirect, like use positive reinforcement, it's always good. And yeah, just keep the conversation going.
Can you see yourself using some of the phrases on page 26?
Yep.
I find sometimes in working with tutors that they will know what they're supposed to do. Like I know I'm not supposed to answer your questions directly, but they can't always necessarily find the words for how to get there in a way that isn't mean or it doesn't sound short. And so I find that having some sort of canned phrases in your head that you're used to saying are very, very useful. You know, so someone asks you a question, you say, oh, can anyone find the answers to that in your notes, right? Which encourages the students to participate, lets them know that you expect that they are taking notes, and then you expect that they bring those notes to the session too, right? So sort of very subtle reinforcements there. But having those phrases sort of at the ready are really good. I'm so glad you asked that. That's a really good question. Why don't we dig into our notes and see if we can figure that out? Let's work on problem number 5 together. Who wants to go up to the board and get the problem started? Right? Always sort of flipping it back and keeping it positive. I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's a question that said there are some questions that should not be redirected. Give an example. So for this one, I was actually thinking about it, and I was rambling a lot in the group, but I was thinking about it, and I think that there are going to be some times maybe during the beginning, the first 2 sessions, if you are an SI leader, where you'll probably get 1 student or maybe 2. So when that happens, I feel like you are very limited to doing redirected questions, because if the student completely doesn't understand a problem, then I feel like you can't completely use the redirected question in 100% with 100% success if they don't know anything at all. So I feel like in that case, you might have to, you know, actually explain a little bit and see if they get it from there. If there's like 1 or 2 students who are struggling with the same subject or same question.
What do you guys think? If you have 1 or 2 students who don't really know what it is you had planned to work on,
Ask them what they do understand, and then work from there.
keep taking it back until you get to sort of the last understood point, and then move forward.
situations.
Question,
Like,
if you
how
have,
does that?
okay, if you have an SI session and there's one student who's really behind, but most of the students are in the same place, what should you do in that situation?
You work primarily with the group. Now, you have a plan for your SI session, and the plan is the plan. And so if everyone is mostly on the same page, you assist the one student who's struggling bless you, as best as possible. But then maybe afterwards, you can sort of pull them aside and say, I noticed you were a little confused today. I'm sorry if we were moving a little bit too fast. There was certain material we want to make sure we prep because we need to go to the next chapter, or there's a quiz coming, whatever the reason is, and then maybe walk them over to the front desk to see if they want to make an appointment for some one-on-one tutoring, or if they want to go to the walk-in, or if, depending on the class, that kind of thing. So encourage them to seek out individual tutoring. Say, I hope you do come to the next SI session, but you can also use one-on-one tutoring if you need help right away.
Yeah, one of the things that I really like to do in those situations is, just tell the students to pull out their textbooks and do divide and conquer, which you'll see in your own strategies you guys all just did. So basically just asking people to take a little piece of the textbook, like maybe 2 or 3 paragraphs, understand that, and share it with the class, and everyone does a different one. And that's a really good way to kind of finalize a base level understanding for everyone. But I've done that before when I've asked a question in SI and no one has an answer. Okay, well then let's look at our textbook if no one knows where to start.
When you plan your strategy, we're going to talk about strategy worksheet soon, it is not bad to have like a plan A and a plan B. So you might sort of plan for 5, 6 students, but have a sub-plan if you have 1 or 2, or a sub-plan if none of the students are really where you expect them to be for that session too. And as you familiarize yourself with the strategies, you'll kind of sort of always have them in your back pocket so you can swap stuff out as you need to. So it is time for us to take our break. We are going to take a 10-minute break, so if you need to go to the restroom, get a drink, any of that kind of stuff, and then we will pick up precisely in 10 minutes. This is a very popular strategy. We will discuss it going forward, and as we go through it, you'll probably start to see why. We are going to do an informal quiz, so I need everybody to take out some paper and a pen. And the only rule for this quiz, you are allowed to use your notes as well, if you're interested. The only rule for this quiz is that everyone must write down the question. So I will read the question to you, and you have to write down the question, and then if you know the answer, write down your answer, okay? So the first question is, what are the 3 non-negotiables? What are the 3 non-negotiables? So number 1 was, what are the 3 non-negotiables? All right, number 2, SI is assigned to historically blank courses. SI is assigned to historically blank courses. Fill in the blank. you money, don't we?
I pay with my card.
Oh, then I will give you money later. All right, number 2 was SI is assigned to historically blank courses. Number 3, true or false? SI leaders must attend 100% of class sessions. Number 3, true or true or false? SI leaders must attend 100% of class sessions. And then number 4, what is the SI certifying institution? Number 4, what is the SI certifying institution? Sorry. All right. Who would like to answer any of the questions?
The 3 non-negotiables, redirecting questions, waiting time, and
3 non-negotiables, redirecting questions, wait time, checking for understanding. Anyone have anything different?
I missed it. Yeah.
Out. All right, good. Who would like to answer another question? Any other? Lakey.
Number 3, SI leaders must attend 100% of the class sessions. That's false.
What must you attend?
I have no idea.
Did anyone put true?
I put true too.
Yeah.
Sort of a trick question.
False. In general.
At Bergen, yes. Somewhere else, no. SI certified, I believe what Joan said was at least half. You have to go to at least, I think it's 50% of the sessions. We don't worry about that here because we ask you guys to go to all of them. Obviously, if you miss one because you're sick or you have a prearranged event, whatever it is, not a big deal. But we will ask you to attend all of the class sessions. So it's sort of both true and false. All right, so we have number 2 and we have number 4. Anyone want to answer either one of those?
For number 2, SI is assigned to historically, I don't know the exact word, right, but challenging courses.
Historically challenging courses. Anyone have anything else? Hard courses? Difficult? All synonyms. Yeah. So we normally say historically difficult courses, but challenging, hard, right. You're all in the right ballpark. Yep. All right. Last one, which I'm sure was the hardest one. What is the SI certifying institution? University of?
Missouri.
University of Missouri, Kansas, what?
Mississippi.
No, University of Missouri, Kansas City.
Oh.
UMKC, so it's Kansas City in Missouri.
Okay.
You know that?
That doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
UMKC. Once you get used to saying UMKC, you'll get it. It's a good thing for you guys to have going forward. So this semester, we're doing our general tutor training a little bit different. For those of you that are returning tutors, you know we usually do it the first week of class before tutoring starts.
Yeah. 27th, right?
Yes, this semester, we're doing it at the end of September to try to get as many tutors in as possible. What happens is some people are not approved yet the first week, this and the other. Anyway, long story short. We were recently certified by the College Reading and Learning Association, so the tutors are going to have the opportunity to earn CRLA certification. And it's a professional credential that you can take forward with you. your UMKC certification is similar. So you can say, I worked as an SI leader in a certified SI program. Going forward, they're going to change the language to accredited, but it means the same thing. So you'll be able to say, I was an SI leader in an accredited SI institution. And to four-year schools and universities, that will mean something. So it's good to know the UMKC for that purpose, for your own sort of professional benefit. Will it matter to the students in your SI session? Not in the slightest, not at all. So that was your introduction to the informal quiz. What could you see yourself using the informal quiz for? Nicola?
Check for understanding.
Checking for understanding, right? It's good at the end of a session to check for understanding. Any other times?
Maybe in the beginning to see what they didn't.
And the first thing is, please.
Right. You can do check for understanding in your opening activity too, right? Absolutely. Why do you have the students write down the questions? Right, I insisted that you all write down the questions and not just the answer. Why?
You're more engaged.
Right, it keeps them engaged, right? If you're physically. It keeps them more physically engaged, right? If you're moving, your brain is going.
I'll have the questions to reference later.
They have the questions to reference later, absolutely, right? You're helping teach them how to take notes.
Great questions as you go through. As you go through, you can create questions based on what people don't know that you can reply.
I fully understand what you're actually asking.
Right, when they see the questions together, they kind of sort of get the whole.
Building blocks, so like you may think one answer,
Mhm.
and then once people start maybe answering, you come up with another, and then you add to the answer.
Yep. You show them their own progress too, like, oh, I had these wrong, and now at the end of the session, I do know those. Right? What else? One more that I'm looking for. We're all probably pretty nerdy students when we were younger. So if you were in school and you were taking a quiz, what did you do? Like if you knew the answer, you wrote it down, what did you do next? Look around, see who else is writing, who knows the answers, who doesn't know the answers, right? Does Joe know the answers? Am I the only one who knows the answer? If everyone is writing the question, nobody knows who has the answers and who doesn't. So it helps level the field in your group a little bit, right? So if you're asking questions and there's one student who doesn't know any of the answers and they notice that all the other students are writing stuff down and they know nothing, they're going to feel discouraged. They're not going to want to participate because they're going to feel they probably have the wrong answer. And they might not come back because they might feel that the SI session is too advanced for them, right? But if everyone is writing the question, nobody knows who has the answers or not, right? It's kind, right? SI, I guess you could say SI is kind, really, in its design. You know, it wants everyone to feel welcome, engaged, and like they have the opportunity to learn. The other thing I just want to emphasize is that you want to put in a mix of questions. So we had a true false, we had a fill in the blank, we had two open-ended, and just for the sake of time, I didn't do a multiple choice, but you could also do a multiple choice, which is there too. And it should be 3 to 5 questions max. It's meant to be a short activity. Questions about the informal quiz? It's a favorite. Okay. Strategy worksheet. And that's you. Do they have strategy worksheets?
Yeah. Okay, so you guys see, I gave you all a strategy worksheet. If you don't have one, please raise your hand. Awesome, okay. So, what I would like you to do is, you can work in groups for this. You can go through your SI strategy parts and list which you would use for these strategies. So the large group setting, what would you use for one attendee? Checking for understanding after an exam.
No. minutes. The idea is to get you to explore the strategies. As an SI leader, you want to really become familiar with them and know a lot of them. You'll come to rely on some favorites, but hopefully you can kind of maybe go back to this and say like, oh, you know, I really thought clusters was a good one to do after an exam. You know what, I haven't done that yet. Let me go back and try that. All right, so take 10 minutes just to explore, and then we'll reconvene. You know what? So write in the title of the strategy card right here. Write it, yeah. So let's say you have one that is boardwalk model. If you like it for before an exam, you would put it here. Did you take them separately? Did you take them separately? Yeah, I took a picture. So let's see, is there any on this want to know that we are able to take on? So how many sessions can an SI leader take per semester? We haven't answered that.
How many hours on top of tutoring? We haven't answered that. We'll get to that. What if no students show up? We haven't answered that, but what do you guys think?
We just stay there.
Anything else?
Rearrange.
So leave and rearrange. Okay.
I guess you wait for like 15 to 20 minutes and then you just cancel.
You stay there for the entire time.
Oh.
Yeah. So basically, the reason why is because some students can trickle in at any time. Let's say that they get out of class halfway through. We want to make sure that those students are accommodated as well. And I mean, that's basically a free hour of work that you just got. So you stay. Can SI leaders share notes with students? Lakey?
Yes. But it won't happen.
Okay, so are there any of these that one of you guys want to take a guess at?
For what grade must SI leaders get on exams? Probably B+ or higher, since that's needed to be in there.
Yeah, so it's not actually mandated that SI leaders take exams.
Oh,
Yeah, you can take them if you want, but it really depends on the professor. Some professors want you to take the SI exams. As an SI leader, I was never asked to take an exam, but some people are. So I know that, I think Dr. Haldo for physics, he likes his SI leaders to take exams. Saltwick. But you don't have to take the final, no matter what. But I don't know anything about a minimum grade, to be honest. I mean, I assume you have to do well.
Yeah, if you get like a 75 on a quiz, we're gonna worry, so. And so would the professor, right, because they grade you. The other thing that's good about taking the exams that we actually would encourage you to take the exams for is so that you know what's on them. So when the students come in for the next session, they're like, number 4 was really hard. You're like, yes, it was. Let's talk about it. You know, so you're sort of like in there with them, and also you're the model student, so they feel like you're in it really with them. Whereas if like you put in all this work to study for the exam, and then you're like, peace out, have a good luck, you know, good luck on your test. I'll see you next week. They're like, oh, that's not fair, and it kind of separates you a little bit, you know. So you're not mandated to, but it's strongly suggested that you do.
Okay, we can go back to some of these at the end. What are some things that you still want to know? If there's anything.
We answered all your questions.
Perfect.
We can go home now.
Yeah. Bye guys, thanks.
Oh, I know one. It says there's a parking lot here, but I don't think we talked about what a parking lot is.
You're right. Okay, so this is our parking lot right here. So a parking lot is basically like discussions that are to be tabled. So let's say that we're talking about something and you bring up something completely out of left field. I would say, okay, that's a great point, but we're going to parking lot it. So parking lot. So, yeah, again, so if you say something that really isn't on task, we still value that, but we're going to not take time away from whatever we're working on and come back to it. Either when it's relevant or at the end, whenever, but we will. So yeah, feel free to say whatever you want. We'll table it. So there's nothing else that we want to know, right? Or no? Okay, we can come back to it. We're gonna get started on your strategy worksheets.
So before lunch, we had spoken about how you were going to look at your strategy cards, your techniques, and see which would fit appropriately. So if you would like to turn to someone next to you, just for maybe 2 minutes, discuss something, and then I'm going to ask you to read it aloud.
Can I discuss with my own self?
Sure, if you want.
Yeah. I will discuss with myself.
So, what is your work for the Norwich religious discussion? Somewhere in here. I don't know.
It's like 100 cards.
Yeah, it's definitely the first section of it, in the orange part, but it's pretty much for people who have a problem. And they send it around, if there's like a large group of students. Then you send them around, like the first person would do like the first part of it, and then the second person would do the next step, and then it would be like that until the problem solved. I really like that, that was really fun. And it just, it seems, it's way to see where people they have like their issues, or where you might see how to help them. So, yeah, that's one of the things that, it's one of the things that I do with my large groups.
Or just like.
Bless your mind. So, yeah.
I feel that being fair,
Okay, we're discussing. We're not discussing. We're discussing this.
of groups,
So,
thinking about the problem, right?
what you say? I like it because I don't really like it.
And
List
they
of stuff.
so basically,
You have to work on
try on their own, then try on theirs, and then revise.
I did.
So you know, we gave this.
They really make like sometimes people on their own.
We have all the stuff and we have
Then
to
also
of what you know, what you don't know. Or we'll let. Next thing.
Divide and conquer, which is similar.
So,
That was what I was saying.
when I have a
No, it's not, it's not. Well,
I would
the
say
I like
divide
that.
them and like.
That's like the same concept, just
Yeah.
divide
Put
them.
together in something.
Yeah.
Alright, so what about for performance?
I put taboo.
Separately and then make them explain
It
it.
looks interesting, it's like,
So that we don't get confused because a lot of
All right,
people
guys, so
will end up being like.
I'm so happy you all have such lively discussions. So who would like to volunteer to go first? Maybe share 2 of the boxes, maybe one that you put in each. Yes.
Here. We discussed about before an exam to do an outline of the topics that will be in there. To then discuss it, like for example, using this to see what parts of that outline we don't know, we know it, we want to know.
So was there a title for the strategy?
What's the strategy title?
I saw it. Outline text chapter. So outline text chapter, and but like make it general.
And that's before an exam.
Yeah.
I put for large group well, not large discussions, just large groups. The strategy that I take was send a problem. That's the title of it. I really liked how it sounded because it gets everybody engaged. And it just pretty much means that you have a problem for the group of students, and then you give it, for example, I give it to you, and he does the first step, then it goes like that with each student until the whole problem is solved. So I really like that one.
That one works really well. One of my essay leaders uses that frequently for physics. And he really, it works. Students come a lot and he uses it
And it's good, you can use the whiteboard, right? So you don't have to actually send it, you can do it up there. It works on the humanities side too, if you're mapping out an answer to something that might be an essay question on a test. You can have students go one by one to the board to add the supporting points. That's a good one. That's a great one.
Or before the exam, I picked Jeopardy. I thought it would be like a fun, like,
Yep.
like I remember I did that in a few classes and on a test, it would come back and be like, oh yeah, that. So, everyone experienced it at the same time, so.
Jeopardy's fun, it's just a lot of prep work,
It is.
but it's
Yeah.
fun. It's a good one.
And you can find some online resources where you can like just populate it and it will have it for you.
Yeah.
Instead of doing it on like PowerPoint or anything. So
Yeah.
it makes it really easy for you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really easy, but I mean, easier than doing it manually.
Yeah.
Yeah, but before the exam, I choose 3-2-1 because I could wait to like review all the material I feel. Like as soon as I'm gonna choose topics when they are strong, like 3 topics that are really strong, they're able to teach others. 2 topics they don't understand, and 1 possible question. So that way, like it's really possible we go over all the material because everybody can understand. Like it's gonna be strong at different parts. If someone is like has a weakness in one specific topic and another one is strong enough to explain it, that will lead to a discussion to engage the students. And it's really good they've been thinking impossible questions for the exams. That's something that, at least for me, when I was studying, really helped.
You said that for what section?
Before an exam.
I like chronology.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in the red one.
What do you guys have for opening activities?
Like paired problem solving.
What was that?
Paired problem solving.
Paired problem solving?
Because I like it because it makes students get more engaged. Like they have to talk and listen to others. I guess it's just like to kill the shyness in the room.
Right, so if, remember your opening activity is your first one, so right, get someone at least talking to one person next to them quietly before they have to like talk to the group.
For 1 attendee, I put summarizing procedures. I guess if the leader would be the one, like, writing the problem, and then the student would be the one explaining every single step in great detail. I feel like that would make them understand the whys of the problem and not just, I guess, the numbers and the procedures.
That would work. What other opening?
Or the opening, like the outline next chapter.
Outline next chapter?
Because I think it really helps students to map out like what they're learning. And it directs, it gives students context, I feel. Where to start and kind of organize.
Yeah, it gives them like a skeleton they can fill in as the session continues. Nikolai?
I would maybe like ask like, oh, how was class? Was there anything we didn't understand? And whoever raised their hand, I would go, look at and brainstorm and try to attack each one.
And what strategy would that fall under?
Parking lot.
Not quite.
Would
Not
that
quite.
be group survey?
It could be group survey, yeah. So when you're planning out your session, you're going to, you'll see the sheet in a little bit, you'll definitely be listing the strategies that you're going to use. And your session will be divided into 3 parts, the opening, the middle, and the closing, right? So you'll have opening and closing activities, but then in the middle you have sort of your bulk activity. And you definitely want it to be tied to the strategies, because the strategies are to be used throughout the session. So just make sure when you have a good idea that you're still putting it in terms of the strategies, because they were designed sort of to support the essay.
Okay, so just to transition now, we're gonna turn to page 21 in your books. And this is an exercise for opening the session. So I'm just gonna give you a quick, maybe 3 minutes to look over this, and then we're going to discuss it in groups. Okay, so does anybody want to volunteer? We don't have to do it in order. So whichever one you want to tell us about.
So for the first one, how I arrange the room, I guess I would put it in a U. So like this, so that everybody faces the board and they face each other as well.
Yeah, that's really effective.
I would like to put it, if I could, everyone in a circle. And I would like to sit among them to not feel like I'm the authority. And then I would pretend to be one of the students. And I'd be like, oh, I had, like if it was in class, something came difficult, maybe, and I saw the students weren't understanding, maybe I had a little troubles. Like, oh, by the way, like that problem was hard, right? And then people will start talking, and then we start like attacking the problem.
That's interesting. Yeah, that would probably work really well. I mean, it also just it makes the students feel less intimidated. So they have to really good job. different question.
You'll have to tell them what SI is then.
Which question?
That's a good question for.
Yeah. You definitely should tell people what SI is. But how would you do it?
I'll tell them, I will not go into details and just tell them I'm basically a student here that did well in the class and I'm trying to help you guys
So would that be like in class?
in the SI session.
But then how would they know to come to the SI session?
Good point, yeah, I will do it in class.
You can tell everyone in the SI session, no one's gonna be there.
Okay, yeah, I'll do it in class. Like, I was,
What did you say before you could do it, but it wouldn't be very helpful?
oh, what?
Well, it's sort of a trick question on our part, because we haven't really talked about your in-class introductions or anything, and that comes more at the next meeting, sort of before the semester starts. We'll help you guys with your introductions, because you have to introduce yourself to the students and have a little blurb ready to go kind of thing. But you want to think about, like how would you describe SI to someone? When you want like a short amount of time to do it, not like 6 hours.
Give you an overview of what SI of the SI program, like the National Distance Program. We are taking an action here at Bergen because we are committed to our students. And the students who do well in the class, they are putting their time to help other students succeed in that class.
It's good, yeah, to give it context and to sell the success of it. Yeah.
So now we're going to discuss closing activities, and that is on page 33.
There's no page 34. Yeah.
So I'm just going to break you up into pairs of 2 and assign everyone a question. And then at the end, I'm just going to have each pair kind of give out what they thought. So Nikki and Adelia, number 1. Lakey and Henbin, number 2. We're going to do Janabi. I'm so sorry. Felipe, I'm so sorry. Number 3. And I guess you can go with them. Okay.
I was actually thinking about that. I think for this time, you might, I know definitely don't look at your phone throughout this whole process, obviously, because it's disrespectful. Maybe like have your phone on you, like on the back of your pocket where it's not noticeable, and then just have it like vibrate when it's like 2 minutes before you're supposed to go. And then you're like, then you're just like, oh yeah, something's uncomfortable, just turn it off. And then after that, you're like, okay, I have 10 minutes left. And then, you can either speed it up, slow it down, do your closure. That's what I was thinking. I don't know if that's too obvious or just too weird. Yeah.
Just to remember, like, just have I mean, you're also on a plan.
Yeah.
Not lesson, but your sessions and around that, so it's not supposed to take more than 10 minutes.
or 45, whatever buffer you need if you think there's a lot of questions. So I'll be like, anyway, just like, she'll be after the session anyway. Hi. Right, so like, yeah, so the last 5-10 minutes of your SI session, that should be. So, you know, if you're like in the midst of everything, everyone's learning really hard, like, do you still take those 10 minutes? Or do you let it just sort of? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can also make forums like in one time because it's the plan in no way.
The way that I see it though, if you think about it, I feel like even though you're gonna have a plan, I feel like the reason why students go to SI sessions is because they might not understand something going on. So I feel like it might take longer sometimes when it's planned. Like for example, you might have like 20 minutes on, I don't know, like topic A. But then people might not understand, students might not understand, a certain part or a certain procedure of A. So it takes longer, so
But there are also something like you shouldn't want like a release and
yeah.
You have to leave like room for that.
I understand.
You know you have.
Yeah.
No.
Students regularly, you'll be able to plan.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you always need to leave room.
Yeah.
There's so some resources that you can and that you didn't use it. Or you can have like an extra practice questions, you know? Then you can do like an extra activity in case you have an extra. Maybe plan like a session that has like some room for those questions. When the time is not used, they have something extra paper that was not part of
The original plan, yeah.
no, the main plan. That would be good.
Okay.
So even if we don't have time to fix those whole
Oh God.
All right, everyone. So who wants to go first? Okay, so you guys did number 1?
Yes. So why is it generally important to have the closure at an SI session? We thought that it's very, very important because the students are going to have the main idea of the session. So if they follow the session, they're going to have a better grasp, like a better solid idea of what happened, and we hope even stronger, with like a stronger idea. If they didn't, at least they have like a point, like like a reference topic. Yeah. So it's very important for like context-wise.
Okay, number 2.
Number 2. So what is it?
We still need to do the closure because even though it's in the essay session might seem like going well, there might be some students who are don't understand the concept. So we can summarize for the closure just to make sure everyone's understood. So we should do this closure.
You have to say the question. We have to say the question.
That's fine, it's a pretty long question. And number 3?
So we have a few different approaches for this one. I mean, one of the obvious ones is to, if you're struggling with time management, to set an alarm on your phone to buzz when it's time to start wrapping up. And another one that we had was, I mean, the actual plan itself. you shouldn't plan too many things that you aren't going to be able to get to. The plan itself should sort of be flexible, but like you should plan enough stuff to cover that time, but not anything extra. So the plans should almost like organically come to a close towards the latter half of it. And then we were talking about sticking to the plan too. If you can, I mean, anything else that comes up, you can parking lot it and come back to it. But try to stick to your plan, or else you may end up really going off track and not being able to have your closure.
That's great. Okay, so. Okay, so now we're going to do what's an open source lecture. So we're going to play a YouTube video and we're going to pretend like we're in class. So this is our professor, and we're going to be listening to this for about 15 minutes, and then I'm going to demonstrate an SI session. And then at the end, we're going to, oh wait, hold on. We should go over planning sheets for this.
Let's do the plan sheets after your session.
Okay, so we're gonna go over my session, and then after that, we're going to go over what's a planning sheet, and we're going to have one of you demonstrate an SI session, or two of you together, however we decide to do it, but just so you can see how it's done. So without further ado, we're in stats class.
Find probabilities. All right, so we have, I've got this problem here, and there's going to be 3 parts to it. Okay. All right, so let's look at it. It says a 100-watt light bulb has an average brightness of 1,640 lumens with a standard deviation of 62. So they want to know, what is the probability that a 100-watt light bulb will have a brightness more than 1,800 lumens? All right, so the best thing to do is draw a picture of it. All right, so if we draw a picture, okay, and of course, I know it doesn't say it in the problem, but we're assuming that this can be this average in the standard deviation. We're assuming all of this is approximated with a normal distribution. All right, so if we draw a picture of it, so we know this is the mean, okay? The largest part is the mean, and so it has an average of 1640, okay? That's the mean, and we want to know the probability that it will have a brightness more than 1,800. So 1,800 would be over here, and that means since it's more, we need to find this area under the curve. Well, in order to do this, we have to find the z-values, okay? So remember, this is a normal distribution, and then we have a standard normal curve. And remember, in the standard normal curve, the mean is equal to 0, okay? So this would be 0 on the standard normal curve. And then what we need to do is find the z-value based on the 1,800, this mean of 1640, and the standard deviation of 62. All right, so let's find the z-value, okay? So if you remember, the z-value is x minus mu over sigma. So x is the 1,800, mu, that's the mean, the 1640, and then the standard deviation is the 62. Okay, so let's calculate z. So we have z is equal to, let's see, 1,800, which is the x, minus 1640, the mean, over sigma, which is 62. punch this into our calculator. We get 2.58064561. All right. So when you're doing these and you're using the table, because we're going to use the standard normal table to look this value up, you're going to have to round to 2 decimal places because that's what the table does. Okay. If you need a more accurate answer, then yes, you can use all the decimals you get for your Z value, but then you would have to calculate that using Excel, the probability. And and you can do that. And if you need to know how to do that, I've got a video showing how to do that. You can just look at my statistics playlist. All right. So what we're looking for is the probability that X is greater than 1800. That's what they want to know. The probability the brightness is more than 1800, which is equal to the probability that Z, because we converted this to a Z-score, is greater than the 2.58. All right. So now we need to look that value up. And you should know how to do this. If you're at this point, then you've already...
If you write anything on your computer, you need to get Grammarly.
I write pretty much all.
Look these values up. But just a quick review. Remember, when you look the Z value up in the table, that gives you the area to the left. Okay? So remember that the value we look, when we look up the 2.58, let's go ahead and look it up. All right, so we're looking for 2.58. So here's the 2.5. Okay? 2.5. And then we're going to come over here to the 0.8 column. So 2.58. That's that value there, 0.9951. Okay, so 0.9951. Write that down right here, 0.9951. Now, that value that we looked up, that is this area, 0.9951. That's this area. But we're looking for this area. Well, remember, the area underneath the entire curve is 1. So if we do 1 minus this, 1 minus 0.9951, that will give us this area. Okay? So we've got 1 minus 0.9951, which that equals 1 minus 0.9951 is 0.0049. And so that would be the probability. Okay? Now, let me show you this. We looked up greater than 2.58. But also, remember, this right here, this 2.58, this area here to the right, well, we have a negative 2.58 over here also. And if we look at that area to the left, this area is the same as this area. So look what happens if we look up a negative 2.58. That'll give us the area to the left, which is this area, which is equal to this. So let me go back to the table. So look at the negative 2.58, negative 2.5, and then here's the 8. You see, that gives you that area there. So if you understand to do that, you could have just looked up the negative to get that area to the left of the negative, which is the same as the area to the right of the positive. Okay? All right, so now let's look at the next part. We'll go through this one a little faster. What is the probability that a 100-watt light bulb will have a brightness less than 1,550 lumens? All right, so let's go ahead and draw our normal distribution. Okay, So here's the 1640, and then here's 1550, and we want to know less than. So that's the area to the left. Okay? But remember, we need to convert this to z-scores so we can look up our values in the standard normal curve. So remember, mu is 0, and so we need to find this z value here. Okay? So that's going to tell us that z is equal to the 1550 minus the mean, which was 1640, over the standard deviation, which is 62. And so we got 1550 minus 1640 divided by 62. And so that's going to give us a negative 1 point, and I'm going to round it to 2 decimal places. So I get negative 1.45. Okay. So that would be this z value here, negative 1.45. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for the probability that x is less than 1550, which equals the probability that z, because I converted this to a z-score, is less than negative 1.45. Okay? All right. So remember, when I go to look up this z value in the table, that's going to give me the area to the left. So that's exactly what I'm looking for, the area to the left of this. So let's come over here to the table. So I'm looking up negative 1.45. So here's negative 1.4. And I got to go to the column 0.05. And so there's my probability, 0.0735. So this is 0.0735. So that would be the probability. All right, so now let's look at the last one. All right, so what is the probability that a 100-watt light bulb will have a brightness between 1600 and 1700 lumens? All right, so, well, that's not a problem. Let's draw our picture. So here's the mean, 1640, and I want to know between 1600 and 1700. So here's 1600, here's 1700, and I know these distances aren't to scale. I'm just drawing it so, you know, we can see what's going on so it's not so cramped up. So this is the area that I'm looking for, okay, between 1600 and 1700. Well, we need to convert this to z-scores. So remember, mu is 0 on the standard normal curve. And then I need this z value, and I need this z value. I'll just call this z1, and I'll call that z2, so we can differentiate between the two. All right, and then remember, z is equal to x minus mu over sigma. That's how we convert these x values to z-scores. All right, so let's go ahead and calculate this one. So z1, that's going to be 1600 minus 1640, the mean, over the standard deviation, which is 62. And so 1600 minus 1640 divided by 62, that is negative 0.65. It was negative 0.6451629, and I just rounded to 2 decimal places. Great. Now let's find Z2. So this is negative 0.65. All right. So now for the 1700, that's going to be 1700 minus 1640 over 62. So 1700 minus 1640 divided by 62. And round that to 2 decimals. That's going to be 0.97. So this is equal to 0.97. All right. So what we're looking for is we're looking for the probability that X is between 1,600 and 1,700, which is equal to the probability that Z is between -0.65 and 0.97. These are the values that I have to look up on the standard normal curve. All right, so how are we going to find that? Well, remember, whenever we look those values up, that gives us the area to the left. So if we look at this, if I look up the 0.97, that gives me the area to the left. If I look up the -0.65, that's going to give me the area to the left. So look, if I take the area to the left of 0.97, and I take the area to the left of -0.65, and I subtract this area off, see, that would take off all of that, then that would leave me with this, the area between the two. So it's the area to the left of 0.97 minus the area to the left of -0.65. All right, so let's come over here and look up the 0.97 first. So 0.97, there's 0.9. Let's see, 0.9. I gotta come all the way over here to 0.07. So that's 0.8340. 0.8340. Let's see. So that's gonna be 0.8340 minus, and then I'll look up this.
Okay, so that was our lecture. So what we're gonna do now is the mock SI session. So what I would really want you to do is pay attention closely to what I'm doing, and feel free to write down any criticisms or things that you found that I did right, and then we'll discuss them. So let's get started. Okay, hi class. So we just finished our stats lecture. It was a good time. If you don't mind, if you could just write down who's here in your attendance list. So what we're going to be doing first is reviewing your notes. So as you know, we have a test coming up next lecture that we have, and I think that this was kind of a lot of information, this past one, and I really want to make sure that we have a cumulative understanding of what's going on. So we're going to get into small groups, and we're just going to share notes. And so what I want you guys to do is please fill in the gaps in understanding. So for example, if Lakey is relaying his notes, if Adalaya wants to say, oh, you missed this, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's you don't have to do that, but pretend like you are, okay?
Pay attention to your groups.
so what strategies are you finding the most helpful?
Sorry.
What note-taking strategies are you finding the most helpful?
Probably not taking any notes. Trying to get the main concepts in your head, not trying to just regurgitate everything from the book, but just listen to the idea.
I love being grounded with what my notes I'm thinking about during class. Like the diagrams instead of lists.
Have to do books. So have one where you just write everything down really fast. And then on the other one, you make everything really organized.
So I'm glad that you guys all signed in. So luckily today, Professor Smith asked me to give it to him. He wants to make sure that his class is going. You guys will all be given extra credit. So moving on, we're going to be predicting some of the next test questions.
Is this illegal?
We're going to, actually, so in class, a really effective strategy is when you're note-taking, putting a question that you find would be really helpful in SI in the margins. Just so you can bring it up at SI, because a lot of the times you leave lecture and SI isn't immediately after, so. Does anybody have any questions like that? Okay, next we're going to be predicting some of the next test questions. So you just saw some of our stats in, we were talking about Z-scores and the probability. What do you think we'll be talking about next in the next lecture?
What is the probability of us failing this test? What is the probability of us failing this test?
Yeah, we might be discussing that.
It's pretty high.
We might be discussing deviation scores.
Oh,
Deviation scores.
what is the relationship between the letters, like P and C and B and whatever other values? Why we need to know the area?
Yeah, those are all very important things. Then what we're going to do is outline the chapter. So you all have your textbooks, as I can see. So what we're going to be doing is just splitting you up into groups. So the first heading that you see in chapter 4, Janabi, you're going to do that with Felipe. The second heading is Nika and Adelia, and the rest is for the rest of the group.
So, what is the rest of the group? Who helped you out? The rest of the group?
Henry. Oh, and I'm sorry, you can go over.
I did take stats though, so I forgot.
That's not about
So nothing super useful for me. I'm What? What'd you say? Sorry.
Okay, we're going to reconvene. Is there any group who would like to read aloud? Read aloud, like volunteer. It doesn't have to be related to the stats, I'm sure.
I can read it.
I have an interesting mathematical proof.
Perfect, you discovered something?
Yes. If you add 2 plus 2, you get fish.
What do we think? Is that true?
You want to see my proof?
What was it?
You want to see my proof?
I mean, what do we think? Does 2 plus 2 really equal fish?
No.
Why?
Maybe,
Because 2 is a positive number, so when you add 2 to 2, you get 2 plus 2, which is 4.
I'm whatever with your logic.
Fish is a fish is an object. It's a thing that you eat. It's not a one. You can have 1 fish. You can have 2 fish, but you can't have 2 fish plus 2 fish equals fish.
But I'm talking about geometry here. You take a 2 and you flip it upside down. And you take the other 2, you put it, you get a fish. Like this.
Yes.
This reminded me of calculus a little, like finding the area and like setting the z-value. Like I remember one time in class, the professor used a loaf of bread as an analogy, and then he cross-sectioned it off, and then he had the z-value. And it reminded me of calculus, so I was like, oh, this is kind of cool.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe next SI you'll show us the bread. Does anybody else have an example like that? Okay, well, we do have 5 minutes left, so we're gonna start wrapping things up. So we are going to play a little verbal volleyball. So I'm going to say a word, and you guys are going to say something back. So, and it can be related, it can be unrelated, whatever, just something that you feel goes well with it. So a Z-score.
2.5.
No one else, but
That's 0.
2 decimal places.
Is that Z-square or Z-score?
Z-score.
Z-score. 0.05.
X minus 1 standard deviation.
Yeah.
What did you say?
The formula.
X minus 1 divided by the standard deviation.
Are there any last minute questions? Anything we didn't cover?
I think it's gonna be all about playing with the techniques and just mastering them.
Okay, well, thanks for coming to SI.
All right. So, what do you guys think? How did Joan do as an SI leader? Pretend she's not.
She is great. I wish it was a real class.
What did Joan do that was good?
She reviewed the notes with small group. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna talk about one thing. She reviewed the notes from the class so that, everybody knew what they were at.
Okay.
Yes, it was a pretty active essay session. She wasn't talking all the time. Most of the time we were talking to each other.
Everyone was involved, everyone was talking. Class notes were mentioned, which is useful. Broke people up into groups, which is good.
I really like the volleyball word.
The verbal volleyball,
Yeah,
that is a good strategy.
Yeah.
People forget that one. You know, people post sometimes like forgotten recipes. We should post like forgotten SI strategies. I'm gonna add that to our clock Instagram.
And that one's good for both opening and closing. A warm up or a cool down. It's just fun.
That's true. And students always have the option to pause. What else is good?
Dividing in groups.
Giving people different opportunities to work with different students.
Closure session to see what we're lacking on.
Right, firmly announced, we have 5 minutes left, so let's just wrap up, right? Gets everyone in that mode, like, okay, we're gonna close our ideas. What could have used some work? You're lucky Janami doesn't do your performance review. So.
She said that the professor wanted the names of the students to give them extra credit.
Right.
So that's breaching their
That's
privacy.
so cool.
And
Right.
also that's not fair for anybody else that might not be able to come because of the circumstances.
Right. It's a do not do.
Yeah.
Right. What about the signing in part though?
Oh, wait, shouldn't you do it at the end just in case? That's what I was thinking, but I'm not
Good
really sure.
question. All right.
I think,
Yeah.
sorry, I think
No,
you
go
should,
ahead.
do in the beginning, whenever someone comes in, just like, go sign in real quick, please.
Ideally, if your sessions are in L125, the students will sign in at the kiosk before they get to the SI room. We are trying now to capture all of the SI visits in tutor track so that we don't have to do paper sign-in sheets because they get lost, they don't get inputted, all sorts of stuff. So the students should sign in right then and there in the beginning when they come in. That said, it's a new process, so we know that some students will probably still sign in paper. If you're in like L147 around the corner, you'll do paper, which you will hand into the office assistants, and they will input it into tutor track. All the students should sign in when they get there. Doesn't matter when they get there, they should sign in when they get there. So if they arrive in the last 5 minutes, they sign in. They sign in at the beginning, they sign in. Yep. But then that stays between you and your supervisor and the office assistants. What else could be improved upon?
I actually have she called out the names for the first group. So yeah, Janabi and Felipe, you guys can do like thing, and then the rest of the group. It's kind of like, and he answered was like the rest of the group. I feel like students will answer like that too, So I feel like in the beginning of an SI session, you should do like a little name kind of game or something like that, so that you get familiar with each other.
Yep.
Because students do pay attention. Like for example, let's say Candace, you're obviously going to look at.
I don't know who you are.
But if you say somebody's name, they're like, oh yeah. Instead of you say you, like, yeah, you has a name.
Yeah.
So
you can.
What if your name's you?
That's a cool name.
It could be. There are certain opening strategies that are better for the beginning of the semester, and you can use them rather than orienting the class or the group to the course material. You use it to orient them to each other. So like 2 truths and a lie. We actually use that at our staff meetings now. When someone has a birthday, they have to share 2 truths and a lie with the rest of the group, and then the other supervisors have to guess like which one is the lie. So you can use that in the beginning just to break the ice as an icebreaker. And let's say you get a big session in the middle, like there's a midterm coming up, and so you have your 5 or 6 regular students who have always been coming, and obviously you know them a lot better, and then all of a sudden you have 10 students who you know less well that come in. Just be mindful of when you're calling on people, that you know some of them and not others, just to make sure that everyone feels included. What else could be improved upon?
Should start by explaining what SI is. We don't know if this is the first or last session.
True, we don't know if it's the first or last session. Yep.
Where I tried.
Huh?
I have one that I tried.
Okay.
I tried to make sure that I wasn't exercising proper wait time. So I wasn't giving people enough time to think about their answer. I was just answering.
I thought you were just doing it to rush and stuff.
That too.
But you always have to make time for what you do. Always. As Joan had mentioned earlier, you have students of different abilities and different academic preparedness. So if you have a student who has cognitive delays, it may take them longer to think through your question and formulate an answer. If you have a student for whom English is not their native language, it may take them longer to process your question and then to formulate their answer, you know, so you always want to give them time. Always err on the side of caution with that. Where did Joan spend the session in relation to you guys? Okay, just all here. Is that on the good side or the bad side?
A little intimidating.
Intimidating, right?
Yeah.
But also, right, just very sort of professorial, very authoritarian, right? Ideally, Joan should be maybe where Kelly is, and then have had you guys sort of up and about at different boards. Granted, we're doing like a 7-minute micro session, but still. There should have been more movement. You guys never moved. Right? So that's another one to keep in mind. You were all involved, and there were different groups and things, but there should have been less directing and more, let's try this. Do you guys want to do this? You know, making it seem more like you guys are running the show. All right. We'll do strategy worksheet now, right? I think quick introduction. Yeah, the strategy before the next lecture. Let's do the strategy worksheet first.
Okay. So we're going to introduce you to planning sheets. I'm sorry?
That's fine. I keep saying strategy worksheet and I mean planning sheet.
So if you go to page 40, this is what an actual planning sheet will look like. And you will get a bunch of them if you're assigned an SI session this semester. So you'll see these every time you go into an SI session. And so like we discussed before, the best time to fill this out is during lecture. I mean, of course, once you're out of lecture, you can populate it with the specific strategies, but the most important thing to make sure you get through in lecture is the content. So what do we feel is something that we definitely need to cover? What is something that I feel is the most important thing to cover? So, I mean the most difficult, sorry. On page 41, you can see the kinds of questions that you want to ask yourself while you're filling this out. These are really important things to keep in mind. And so it says important is not the same as difficult. So there's always going to be important concepts that you will not have time for, but we're trying to make the most of the students' time while they're in here. So what is the most difficult content that you remember from your time as an SI leader, coupled with the most difficult content that you're seeing in the lecture? The beauty of being an SI leader is that you've already seen this content. So if you want to take maybe 4 minutes to read the planning rubric on page 41, just the questions that you should ask yourself.
There's a sample sheet on 43. That's an actual SI leader completed. That is helpful for you to look at. These are sheets that you plan and submit before your SI session. These will be submitted for review and approval beforehand, so that your SI supervisor can give you any kind of tips or anything, suggestions for the session. And then afterwards, you can make amendments to this if you changed it sort of on the fly, depending on the student's needs or who came. And if you have any notes, sometimes to add at the bottom for how things went and things to know for next time. Is there anything you want to add before break?
Maybe if you could think about it, I know that you've already filled out the little strategy worksheet with the columns. If you want to maybe review what you put and think about how you could put this into a planning sheet. So just visualizing where the opening would be, the workout, the cool downs, just with what you've already worked with. And again, that planning sheet's on page 40.
Are we allowed to make up games while we use it, do the exercise session?
Well, you really want to stick to the strategies. Yeah. So there are some games built into some of them, but the way that the strategies are designed are to meet the learning goals of the program.
Okay, can I add into the list?
Possibly, it depends. So that's part of the planning sheet. So you would bring the planning sheet to Joan or Iker or Aaliyah, and they will look at that with you, and then sort of like talk about, there's some wiggle room in there for sure. Mhm. You just want to anchor it kind of in the SI design.
Okay, just where I want to make sense with.
You already lost your part.
Okay, so we're gonna go on a break. We're gonna fill this rubric up with the next lecture. So you'll have a chance to be in lecture and planning an SI session. But before that, let's break for 10 minutes. Reconvene, and what we're gonna do is display the other lecture. So if you want to open up your planning sheets on page 40, you're going to be filling them out as if you're in an SI lecture right now, and you have an SI session later in the day, so right after. So just think about what kinds of content to cover. And then if you can think about it, think about which of these strategies you can use. Yeah, so, and then after the lecture, I guess whoever feels confident about their planning session will be able to run a like 10 to 15 minute SI session. But no pressure, it's not going to be scary, I promise.
Already heard of the molecule DNA, and it stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. I wrote it out ahead of time to spare you the pain of watching me spell this in real time. But it is, and I think you already have an idea, this is the basic unit of heredity, or it's what codes all of our genetic information. And what I want to do in this video, because I think that's kind of common knowledge, that's popular knowledge, that everything that, what makes my hair black or my eyes blue or whatever, that's all somehow encoded in our DNA. But what I want to do in this video is give you an idea of how something like DNA, a molecule, can actually code for what we are. How does the information, one, get stored in this type of a molecule, and then how does that actually turn into the proteins that make up our enzymes and our organs and our brain cells and everything else that really make us us. So this is a computer graphics representation of DNA, and I'm sure many of y'all have heard of the double helix. And that's in reference to the structure that DNA takes. And you can see here, it's a double helix. If you can see here, you have two of these lines, and they're intertwined each other. You see there, that's one of them, and then you see another one intertwined like that. And then they're connected by, you can almost use, it's like these bridges between the two helixes, and they twist around each other, and I think you get the idea. So the double helix just describes the structure, the shape that DNA takes, and it leads to all sorts of interesting repercussions in terms of how heredity takes place and how natural selection and variation might take place as well. And actually in the future, I do want to actually read with you the Watson and Crick's paper on the double helix, where they essentially, talk about their discovery. And the best thing about that paper, besides the fact that it was probably one of the biggest discoveries in the history of mankind, is that the paper is only a page and a half long. And it goes to my general view that if you have something good to say, it shouldn't take you that long to say it. But with that said, let's think a little bit about how this can actually generate the proteins and whatever else that make up all of us. So right here, this is a zoomed up version of that graphic that I just showed you a little bit earlier. And this is each of the helixes. So if, this is the magenta side, if you unwound this helix, right now it shows it in kind of its wound state, but if I unwind this helix, I'd get one side would maybe be this magenta side of our helix, and then one side is this green side, right? And if you twist it up, you get back to this drawing up here. And then these bridges that you see in this drawing, the double helix, those are these connections right here. These are the bridges. These are the bridges. Now, what allows us to code information is that the blocks that make up the bridges are made of different molecules. And the 4 different molecules that are made up in DNA are adenine, and it's written here on this little chart. I got all of this from Wikipedia, so if you want more information, I encourage you to go there. Adenine, they do that, that's up here. This is the molecular structure of adenine. It's connected to a sugar right here, ribose. I won't go into deoxyribose, that's where it comes in. And then you have your phosphate group. But these kind of form the backbone of the DNA, the sugar and the phosphate groups. And I'm not going to go into the microbiology of it because that's not important right now for understanding just how does this intuitively code for what we are. So you have, but along the backbone, which is identical, and we'll talk about, they run in different directions. It's called anti-parallel, so if you, they label the ends. And I'm not going to go into detail there, but the important thing are these bases here. So you have adenine, and adenine pairs with thymine. Adenine pairs with thymine. And you see that up here. If you have an adenine molecule here, on an adenine base here, it'll pair with thymine. This is called the base pair. Adenine and thymine pair with each other. If you have thymine, it's going to pair with adenine. And then you have guanine and it pairs with cytosine. So guanine, and it pairs with cytosine. And the names of these, you should know these names just because they are almost, well, if you ever enter any discussion about DNA base pairs, this is, expected knowledge. But the names of the molecules and how they're structured, not important just yet. But what's important is the fact that there are 4 of them, and that they essentially code information. So you can view one of these strands in kind of a simplified way. You can just view it as a strand of, so this one, it has an adenine, and then it has a cytosine, then it has a guanine. It's a guanine, they did it in purple. And then it has it has a thymine, not a guanine. So it has a thymine in purple, and then in blue it has a guanine. So this strand right here codes ACTG. And if you were to code the opposite side of the strand, you could immediately, I don't even have to look here, I can look at this side and say, okay, adenine will pair with thymine, guanine, cytosine pairs with guanine, thymine pairs with adenine, and guanine pairs with cytosine. So they're complementary strands. So if you think about it, they're really coding the same thing. If you have one of them, you have all of the information for the other. Now, in our DNA, in a human's DNA, so you might say, hey, Sal, how do I go from these little chains of these molecules? And yeah, I mean, it's like, how does that turn into me? How does that turn into this complex organism? And the simple answer is, you have, the human genome has 3 billion of these base pairs. 3 billion. 3 billion base pairs. And that's actually just in half of your chromosomes. And I'll tell you, maybe in this video or a future video, why we only consider half of your chromosomes. And that's because essentially, you have a pair of every chromosome. I'll talk more in more detail about that. And this number, to some people, they might say, it only takes 3 billion pieces of, 3 billion base pairs to describe who I am. And to some people would say, wow, it takes 3 billion base pairs to describe who I never thought I was that complex. So depending on your point of view, this is either a large or a small number. But when you take these 3 billion base pairs, you're actually encoding all of the information that it takes to make, in this case, a human being. And actually it turns out a lot of primates don't have that many different base pairs in human beings. And it's actually what the amazing thing is, even things like roundworms and fruit flies also number in the, a surprisingly large fraction of the base pairs of a human being. Maybe I'll do another video where I go into comparative biology. But how does these base pairs actually lead to proteins? I mean, it's fair enough, that's information. It's like, you can view these as ones and zeros in some type of computer language, but really they're not just ones and zeros because they can take on 4 different values. They can take on, a T, a C, or a G. So you could think of them as 0, 1s, 2s, and 3s, but I won't go into that whole aspect of it just now. So how does that actually code information? So DNA, when it actually transcribes something, the process is called transcription. Transcription. And I'm going to do a pretty gross simplification of it, but I think it'll give you the gist of how it codes for proteins. So what happens when transcription happens is that these 2 strands split up, and one of the strands, let me just take one of them, let's say it looks like this. I'll do it all in one color. Let's say it's A, T, G, G, A, C, G, I'm just making up stuff, T, A. Let's say that's a strand that got split up. And what happens is it transcribes and I won't say itself, there's a whole bunch of enzymes and proteins and some, a whole bunch of chemical reactions that have to happen. But this DNA essentially transcribes a complementary mRNA. An mRNA, and I'll introduce RNA, the RNA. It's essentially the exact same thing as, well, the word is ribonucleic acid, so it's literally, you get rid of the deoxy, so you can kind of say it's got its oxy, and it's ribonucleic acid, but it's very similar to DNA. It codes in the exact same way. The only difference between RNA, instead of a thymine, it has something called a uracil. A uracil. So every place where you would have expected a thymine, it'll have, you would have expected a T, you'll now see a U. So for example, this is the DNA strand, then a RNA, an mRNA, a messenger RNA strand will be built complementary to this. So it'll be built, let's see, with A, you'd normally have thymine when you're talking DNA, but now we're talking RNA, so it'll be a uracil, then an adenine, cytosine, let's see, uracil, then we got a guanine, a cytosine, an adenine, and then we'll have a uracil. So this is the mRNA strand here. And all of this is occurring inside the nucleus of your cells. And we'll do a whole series of videos in the future about the structure of our cells, but I think most of us know that our cells, and I'll talk more about eukaryotic and prokaryotic organisms in the future, but most complex organisms, they have a cell nucleus where we have all of our chromosomes that contain all of our DNA. And so this mRNA then detaches itself from the DNA that it was transcribed from, and then it leaves the nucleus, and it goes to these structures called ribosomes. And I'm oversimplifying a little bit, but at the ribosomes, this mRNA is translated into proteins. So let me do that. So let's say this is the mRNA. It was transcribed from that DNA. So let me get rid of that DNA now. I got rid of the DNA. This is the mRNA that we were able to transcribe from that DNA. And they have these other things called tRNA or transfer RNA. And what these are, this is the really interesting part. So you may or may not know that pretty much everything we are is made up of proteins. And these proteins, the building blocks of proteins are amino acids. And for those of you who like to lift weights, I'm sure you've seen ads for amino acid supplements and things of the like. And the reason why they talk about amino acids because those are the building blocks of proteins. Amino acids. My son actually has an allergy to milk proteins. We had to get him a formula that was just pure amino acids, just all of the milk proteins broken down. So if you look at a protein, it's actually a chain of these amino acids, and usually a fairly long chain. We'll look at some protein structures in the very near future, just to give you an idea of things. It's a very long chain of these amino acids, and there are actually 20 different amino acids. 20 different amino acids are pretty much the structure of all of our proteins. So let me write that. 20 amino acids. So a very obvious question is, how can these things code for 20 different amino acids? I can only have 4 different things in this little bucket right here. And then...
Rivet. All right. So what we're going to do is split you guys up into 2 groups so you can plan a session together. Since this may or may not be your particular academic expertise, you might not feel comfortable planning an essay session on your own, so we're going to have you guys work together. So work together as a team to come up with a plan, just one opening activity, one main activity or strategy, and then what you would use for your closure or check for understanding at the end. We're going to give you 5-6 minutes just to put this together, and then we're going to have you pick someone from your group to test out the SI session process, okay? Questions? Okay. Oh, great. Fantastic.
All right, fine. How did you? I see that everybody wrote stuff. What did you guys write?
So in the studio stuff, I am thinking basics. I don't
Sort of bounces around from.
That's true.
So what if they each summarize how they can tell me all about what
they will probably go around. I have no idea what this is.
Wait, how would we start it?
Yeah, so I was explaining to me that this is the first one.
That's true. So that, I mean, that's what I thought was.
The other one, so that's what I have here. But what would you like?
For the, I really like that. I forgot what the actual name was. The article that you didn't mention at the beginning. That was really fun. Yeah, the word article. Yeah, because, you know, he said a lot about the basics of verbal. He said a lot about the basics for people, if they're talking about DNA, what they should already know. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, what do you guys know? It's like no pressure, just like, you know, what do you guys know? So it's kind of like bouncing off like that. So I found that really good.
Because also help the SID,
Yeah,
they deactivate related because the way they should. Oh, we know what I know. We don't know. I don't know.
yeah, it's not, it doesn't actually help us, but.
This is the one we need to go to the fire.
Yeah,
It's associated.
Yeah, so we're still in that quite a lot of making mental note, we're gonna have to make sure we address that as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I look at this one for this, to start, really tells you the students, know some topics, understand the concept.
Really, should we do somehow summarize and count?
Yeah, because I feel like this is a lot.
Do you think that would be helpful? Maybe I think we'll summarize the picture also.
Oh, maybe, never mind. I mean, I found this one, but I don't think it really goes with it. Summarizing the procedure steps.
Oh, well, there are procedures and steps that.
Yeah, this one more like, comes to that, I don't know.
I'm doing the letter. I'm doing the letter right here.
Going back
I know I like it. We're doing that right now.
For the to divide and operate.
Right now.
So, well, either or.
Or the letter.
So we can start like by seeing like the big idea and part of the big idea. So what do we want like the big idea from the structure of the community? Let's say.
Go to the letters. One of the letters.
As a group, summarize.
And see? I mean, it's gonna be that's it, right?
That sounds like
I'm gonna do it now.
What about if for the end, we just do a little notes of like basics? I wrote down like things that they were saying in the video. And it's like, for example, you know, like base pairs, like adenine, like those, like methionine, something easy. That's memorable, something like that, you know? So that's what I was thinking, if we can't find any summarizing.
Let's try to post.
Yeah. Oh, post-it notes or informal quiz, I think that's what it's called.
This is the post-exam survey. That's the first one.
Yeah, I almost just because it's kind of like how many different experiences there are. Base pairs, what are the basics? Sort of.
I guess it doesn't have to be
All
right.
the pairs.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about the before.
Well, each one.
Different Oh, yeah.
Which one? Ah,
About DNA.
Yeah, it's like we can say adding pairs to gathering business and
Exactly.
and then there are 21 amino acids. There's nothing wrong. It's fine.
Yeah.
There were two or three.
I know already.
Yeah, no.
Okay, that works. And it's so fun so I don't feel bad about it. But you like to use their books and everything too, so. It says that they can use their books and notes.
Oh, yeah. That's what you do.
This book. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So maybe, yeah, there's
Good, very good.
one over, really cover all.
How you guys feeling? One of you ready to run a session yet?
It's only gonna be for 5 minutes, so we're gonna
It's
ask.
just within your own little group. Who wants to try and run the session a little bit, and the other folks be the students?
Oh, we should do.
Okay, so
It's just for 5 minutes, and then we'll swap, okay?
Yes.
We have to have what they said, right?
No, we're not here for content at all. We're not here for course content. We're here for SI content, not for course content.
Oh, so we don't have to say it right.
No, do your best. You could, yeah. I mean, the next session, we'll do a much more free planning,
talk about fit.
and we'll talk about
Oh,
that.
what?
Don't confuse them on purpose. But try to do like a little mini opening, a mini middle, and a mini push, okay?
And then order what comes first.
And then like, these
That
people
could be one question.
for everyone.
Yeah. Putting like an exercise or like something right that something else, if it's true, right? Whether they know how to push
Okay.
and then
Good morning, students. Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon, students. So, this is our first SI session, so I just wanted to let you know that my name is Shanabi, and I would like for us to introduce ourselves. So my name is Shanabi. What is your name? What is your name? Hi, very nice to meet you guys. It's been a great semester. So, I just want to play this little game called Verbal Volleyball, where we'll just pretty much just talk about, you just throw out words that you know from DNA. It doesn't have to be right, it doesn't have to be pronounced the right way, because we all know that biology has some weird sounding vocabulary. So, so I'll start. So, DNA. So, thank you for participating, students. Now that we've worked out, we know each other's names, I know what you guys need help with. Now let's get into the actual, nitty-gritty of this actual lesson. So we are going to do this exercise called divide and conquer, because we know that it's not a lot of students. I'm just gonna pretend like you're like 5 people and you're like 5 people. So So we're going to do a liberal exercise called Divide and Conquer because, you know, there's too much to cover for everybody together. So, you know, we're going to explain it. You're going to cover molecular DNA, you're going to cover transcription and RNA. Then after you're done discussing for 5 minutes, you're just pretty much going to tell us what you, the main idea of what you're talking about and you guys' scripting. So 5 minutes.
It's like, please, let's do this.
5 minutes later.
Oh,
So,
okay. You wanna?
I mean, do you guys want more?
I knew it.
Okay, so 5 minutes.
I look like the boy.
So, what did you learn?
Adele.
Thank you.
Oh, it's this part. It's from here to here.
Right, thank you. All right,
What
so
will be this?
what do you guys think?
Your 5-minute session is half done.
What do you guys think? What do you yourself? What does everybody else think yourself is?
We're gonna do like
Alright, so thank you very much. You got it exactly right. Thank you for participating. He's right. He's right.
someone is gonna come to the board and just do it. Thank you. But like I'm gonna.
Do you guys have any other questions?
He's gonna do the other one. I'm gonna do this one, but I'm gonna do the other one.
Okay. Alright, well, this is going to be, you know, we're almost done. There's like 30 seconds left in our session. No, I'm just kidding. There's like 2 minutes left in our session. So what we're going to do is a little informal quiz. Don't freak out just because I said the name. There's just, you know, a little review questions to see if you got everything, if you need anything. And you can use your notes too, so don't worry. Alright, so the first question is, what does adenine pair up with in the DNA? I will repeat the question. What does adenine pair up with? You should definitely. You're right. Yeah, write down your questions too. Thank you for reminding me. So please write down the questions. What does adenine pair up with in DNA? Alright. Next question. What does
Big idea. This is the big idea, right?
true or false is guanine pair up with cytosine?
Like somebody's gonna say.
Which one?
Guanine pair up with
The big idea
cytosine.
and like the steps that we went through, right?
Third question.
All right, end of SI session number
Good job,
1.
guys.
If a second person would like to give it a shot for 5 minutes, you can. Yeah.
No, we want to stand up.
No, you're gonna do it in your small group. Less intimidating, a little more casual. Just get your feet wet.
We were preparing it.
That's okay. So if someone wants to run it now, run it. Do 5 minutes, like a quick 5-minute run. All right?
Like this?
No, in your little group. Yep.
Hello guys, thank you for coming at our first SI session today. And we are gonna review what the professor was reviewing last time, focusing on the big idea, and then we're gonna do some exercises, and then we're gonna summarize the whole thing just to make sure that you guys understood it. So first thing, let's have a little quiz and just like fill up this chart. I'm showing like this chart over here. And you guys don't see these letters. But let's say that what is the process by which DNA goes into mRNA? And then the other process through which you go from mRNA into amino acids. Do you guys? Okay, so did you take any notes last time?
No.
Okay, I recommend you ask somebody from the class some notes. I'm being very careful attention today. So do you guys know what is the first process? From DNA to mRNA.
Yes.
What is it?
Script transcription.
Very good, very good.
First you write, so script transcription.
Yeah, very good.
And then you translate what you wrote into another language, that's translation.
Perfect, and you answer the second question. So, do you guys know what are the steps if we have like a line of bases, right? Do you know what are the complementary letters? For example, if I have A, that connects to what?
T.
To a T. That's actually not correct because why? What do you guys think it's not correct?
Because it's you.
Because it's you, right? Because you're going from DNA to RNA. And what is the difference between DNA and RNA? DNA has, what does DNA have?
The building blocks of our genetic code.
Right, so it has T's, right?
Yes.
And RNAs has the U.
Yourself.
Exactly.
That's
So,
why.
we can go over that at the end of the session. Am I too rude?
No, that's fine.
Okay, so let's just go and make do some practices on transcription right now.
Okay.
And I can give you like the base, the letters, and then you guys can transcript it right now. So take a piece of paper so we can work on it. So the first sequence is ACGT. The second sequence is CCAU. Okay. So anybody wants to volunteer for the first one?
I want.
Okay.
The first one will be.
First of all, before doing what are the pairing bases? You know that A pairs with what?
You.
Exactly. The C pairs with what? And G pairs with what?
T.
With the C, right? Yeah. And then the T pairs with what?
A.
Awesome. Now you guys
Storage
are
organized.
Okay, so the first sequence. Transfer.
U, G, C,
Alright. One more time. Can you please repeat it one more time?
A. U, G, C, A.
Do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
Yes,
I object. No.
What about the second sequence? Hinbin, can you please tell us? Yes. Three, UT. Do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
I'm so proud of you. Okay, so it was a very nice session, and before leaving, I'd like to know from any of you a summary of what you learned today, so that we leave with a big idea of what we did today. Which is not gonna happen.
But you were headed in the right direction. All right, so how do you feel about that whole process? About planning it, approaching it, looking at it, sort of sitting in one or leading in one? Anything you noticed or thought about?
The hard part is not getting out of the material when you know more.
The hard part is, again?
That you don't get out of the material when you know more about it than the lecture.
Right? Yeah, staying within the material. Especially if it's a subject you love, which ideally you're in SI to assist with a class that you love. It can be very easy to sort of just keep going and going and going and doing one thing.
And then sorry.
Anybody?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like you just have to be mindful of how much people know, like how much students know. You may have someone
mindful of where the students are, which is why it's so useful that SI is very student-led, right? So it's not you telling them where they're gonna go, but more of them sort of like putting in the pieces themselves, so that hopefully you are not interjecting too much to lead them somewhere where they're not going in. Do you know what? No? Okay.
No, these are very helpful.
Yes, these are your best friend. I mean, I would take these with you to your SI sessions, absolutely, when you have your planning time, which will be on schedule in tutor track. You'll have red blocks for planning time, and you can sit in the center and do your planning. Obviously, you need those then. I think these are your best friend as an SI tutor for
Also,
sure.
in lecture, they're useful.
Anything else? All right, we're gonna plan one more session. So this time, you get to just work individually, and you can plan a session for any class that you like. If you like chemistry, do chemistry. If you like English, do English. If you like psychology, do psychology. So imagine one lesson, one class in the course of your choosing, and plan out the whole session. All right, we're going to take 10 minutes maybe to do that, flip through the strategy cards, and fill out your planning sheets. You're not going to do a demonstration. This is just, again, to get into the habit of filling out the planning sheet and thinking about your options. The session is 50 minutes long. But in real life, the session is 50 minutes long.
I mean, now we're.
You're not doing it now. You're planning the 50 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. We didn't tell you we're staying till 7? No? Just kidding. Yeah, plan for 50, and please really think about the 50 minutes, because it does not do anybody well when the SI sessions run over time, because then you end up late for your next tutoring appointment, or if someone needs the room after you, there's no time to clean up. So really stick to that 50 minutes. All right. More time, everybody? All right. No problem. the planning part up here. Who wants to share just the bare outline of their plan?
So, I did,
Bless you. Bless you.
I did PSI session for an intermediate algebra class. So I was doing a lesson after, well, not a lesson, a session after a lesson of condensing and expanding. So for the beginning, for the warm-up, I was going to do a set of problems, split everybody into groups. After saying, our hellos, how are you, names, all that. Send a problem after I split everybody into groups. And from there, I would know if they need help with the rules of expanding and condensing. And then after I assess all of that, we're going to do a grab bag problem activity. And I was thinking about having a condensing bag and then an expanding bag, and then they take 2 problems from each, and they will work on it for the whole time. Well, for the middle of the time, for the most of it. That's like the work. Yeah. Then after that, for the cool down, I was thinking of either doing a quiz, and if there's extra time and if they're really good, then I was thinking about sending a problem, but this time it was with the whole group, and I would send an expanding problem for one side and then a condensing for the other side, and they'll go like this, and then they'll meet like that. And then adjournments. And thank you for being here.
What do you guys think?
Sounds pretty good.
Thank you. Anyone else want to share?
Have a half done.
You have a what?
Half done.
Okay.
It's okay.
That's sure. You could share whatever you have.
Okay. I was going to do a math pre-calculus session. It's basically an introduction to the unit circle. So because this is mostly conceptual at the beginning, and actually changing that view of, instead of degrees, you go to radians, all this whole change. I was planning at the beginning to do a thinking pair and share to see how people is in the idea of unit circle, what do you think it is or what we use it. Then after they are good at talking with each other and they have the concept out, I wanted to go to the radian form and see how they feel about it by using the Venn diagram. I wanted to see if they can relate the degree with the radian by just transforming basically. And then after that, I just wanted to go and speak at the front. What are the techniques they have? I couldn't find one to memorize the trig functions that are around, because many people have different techniques, and I would like to see what students use in my class. I got them.
That's a really good idea to see sort of what techniques the students are using, but you want to make sure that you can tie it to a strategy. You might have good ideas that might be better suited sometimes to a study group too, right? But remember that SI is meant specifically slightly to gamify the process that the students are going through, to keep everything light and fun, and also less pressurized too. So, but there might be something in there where you do almost like grab bag or pass a problem, where you sort of make it a round robin kind of thing. I bet you could find something in there that would close to fit that mold and still keep it warm.
We're all using it all the time.
Yeah, I know. This used to be a 2-day training. We used to do 2 full days of 9 to 4. But it was difficult to get everybody available for both days. And also, because if you miss any of it, you can't be an SI leader at that point. And also, there was a lot of information that was shared in terms of being an SI leader that didn't always apply if you didn't end up with a section that semester. So a lot of the information gets imparted at your next meeting once you have secured a session. But it also cut out some of the practice time that we have for a few things. So we're always trying to find a balance. Anyone else want to share what they pleasure? Sure.
So I choose the physics 280, physics 1. So thinking that we're gonna study parabolic motion, right? So first I thought we do the boardwalk model. So it has an introduction and to set up the steps to solve the problems. So one by one, students were running down the steps, or kind of what do we need to know, like what's the mathematical steps, and how we're gonna understand our mathematical answers, right? And we're gonna interpret that in the physical world. Then the content to cover, like I decided like it would be good to break it down in 3 parts, and basically the first part would be actually breaking down the problem. So since in physics it's a big deal, a lot of students don't know how to start. I thought the best way to do it was the first line only. Just like, because it happens a lot, you just have to start writing something.
Yeah.
So then for this type of problems, you separate in 2 different movements, like the vertical and the horizontal. So I decided to use the same the problem approach. So the students do like one step and then pass it to the other side. So they do the second step. So the way they see they can work in separate, like they can separate, like they can work independently in the X and in the Y axis, like without worrying too much. And then they have to put that together. So we will study like how to use the time constraints and how to do the final solution. In using a structured problem solving. And then as a cool down, it will be like an overall of everything that we did. So the strategy will be summarizing their procedure steps.
But summarizing is a good automatic option.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
It's good to work with physics. 'Cause physics is very theoretical. So then the whole summarizing part in the end, I think it's great.
SI is great for physics because SI is very sort of hands-on. You're really grappling with the material, and like John said, it is very theoretical, and that can be particularly challenging for some students. Anyone else want to share? No? Okay. So what we're going to do next is do a little what would you do if. So for this, I'm going to ask everybody to get up. We've been sitting a lot today. And so I'm going to read out a scenario and then 2 choices, an A and a B. So if you're going to do A, you move a little bit this way. If you're going to do B, you move to that side. Okay? So you are attending class, right, for SI, and no one is participating in the lecture. The professor's asking questions and everyone is just staring at them. Do you A, remain silent, or do you B, participate? Oh, split decision. Why do you guys think silent?
Because it's not part of the job. You're not a student. I mean, and you're not, to put it simply, you're not gonna take the test for them. So then they have to, they have to try and participate so that they can know.
Mm-hmm.
And in that case, I think it is good to be quiet, not to be quiet, but stay quiet, because then you'll be able to see the reactions to see, oh yeah, this is what they need help with. So that later on, you'll be able to help them more in the essay session.
Okay. And why do you guys think participate?
Say, going to that you said, the wait time goes there, we can see how they react and participate after a little while. We see that it's not going anywhere. But I think that it's good to participate because we have to show in a way that we know the material, that we know what we're talking about, because we are, as mentioned, the example that they will follow. So participating is a good example.
So the official answer is yes, participate, but you sort of have to gauge it out and see what's the issue maybe going on, or is it just that no one's paying attention, or is it that the professor has made like a logical leap that the students are having a hard time understanding? So if they're asking something and say like, and no one, the professor is exercising a good amount of wait time and no one is participating, you could raise your hand and say, well, maybe it's A because of X, Y, Z, and they'll say, great, yes, and sort of it'll maybe let them know that it is understandable, but the class is struggling with it. But it's up to you and your comfort level. It also depends on the faculty member that you're working with. Some faculty will not want you to participate at all, and some faculty will welcome that you participate in the class. So it's entirely up to you. For the most part, you're there to observe, but in a case like this, you can participate if it suits the situation. You're not forbidden from participating. All right. So you're in an SI session, and someone asks something and you don't know the answer. Do you A, admit that you don't know the answer, or B, do not admit that you don't know the answer? Why do you not admit that you don't know the answer?
I wouldn't not admit, I would just ask more questions back. And then hopefully maybe the students can come up with the answer. But I wouldn't admit, but I would not admit either. I would just ask questions more.
That's a good method. You're like in the eye.
I'm in the middle, yeah.
So what do you guys say in terms of why admit that you don't know the answer?
Because then we can look it up together.
Yeah, same as like something similar happens in tutoring.
Yeah.
It's good like it's also actually sometimes good for the students to see you as a peer that, oh yes, like he's also struggling with this. I'm not alone.
Right, I had an A in this class and I don't know all the
Yeah.
answers. And then, right, you could talk about research technique, study technique, it's basically,
Yeah.
it's the same answers here. But yeah, exactly. So you say like, oh, that's a good question. You know, I don't actually know that off the top of my head. It doesn't come up that often.
But
Let's
we can
figure it
figure it
out.
out together, yeah.
Exactly, yep. All right. We did that. We've covered that very well. If you notice cheating during a quiz or an exam in class, you are taking the exam in class with the students, and you notice a student who is cheating, do you A, tell the professor, or B, do not tell the professor?
It's a trick one. What about the supervisor?
That's a good question too. What's the middle?
The middle, I'll tell the student that if I see him do it again, I will slap.
No.
No? Pick one? You would tell the professor. You would. I mean, and not in a, I don't know, mean-spirited sort of way, but you wouldn't necessarily, you don't have to necessarily call out the student either. Again, this comes down to your relationship with that faculty member too. You'd say, when I was taking the exam, I noticed that there were a couple of students who had notes on their desk. Right? The CLAC's official policy in terms of cheating or plagiarism is that we really do not get involved. For example, in the Writing Center, if someone comes down with a paper and it appears to be plagiarized, we don't let the faculty know. We just talk to them about source material and things like that, right? This is similar, except that you're actually in the class. And most likely the professor would want to know if you recognize that someone is cheating in the class. But your best option would be to approach it to say you noticed it, and maybe, by looking at the exams, they will probably be able to figure out who that was. But they might ask you directly too. So you don't have to keep it to yourself, but you definitely should not address it to the student, specifically yourself. Not at all. Not at all. There we go. A student begins to take time during your SI session to complain about the professor's teaching method instead of going over the material. Do you A, cut them off and keep going over the material, or B, allow them to finish their complaint? All right, so how do you cut them off? What do you say? Remember we talked earlier about like having some phrases at the ready for things that might be a little bit challenging? What might you say if there's a student who's like, oh, Professor Smith is the worst, they don't know how to teach, I've had so many better professors here at the school, this class sucks, I don't know what I'm gonna do, they hate me, I'm gonna fail.
I'll say something on the lines of, hey, I know this may not be your favorite class, but we are here to help you improve and help you go through this tough class that you don't like. So let's go over the material and try to make the best you can do.
That is very good. Anyone else? Any variations on
It's not okay to just rudely cut them off, right?
it? Not okay.
I would say something like.
No, of
the
course not.
last,
It's like, it's kind of like, oh, I'm sorry. Can we get back on track?
But you want to also recognize and sort of validate that you hear them,
Yeah.
whether or not you agree. So you say like, I totally get it, this class is really hard, Professor Smith expects a lot of us. You know, frame it in a positive way,
Yeah.
and then move it along.
Got it.
Right? Like keep it short and move it along. We're here together. Let's get through this. I know you guys are STEM majors, so you have to take this class for the next level. Or if it's, I don't know, like contemporary math, where it's sort of a gateway course, but you guys have to take this to graduate. I know you guys want to transfer, so like let's make sure that you can get through this class successfully and focus on our think, pair, share, and like just move it along. You know, diffuse the situation, because if you've ever been a student in that situation, you know that the other students are also uncomfortable and probably are like, what are we going to do? And as the facilitator in the room, you need to move that along. But again, in a kind way, not in a way that makes the student feel that you're calling them out or judging them in any way or their opinion. A student asks for help for another course that is not assigned to the specific SI session currently in progress, but you know you are capable of assisting them. Do you A, assist them, or B, do not assist them?
This is during
This is
the
during
SI
the
session?
Yes, during the
Oh,
SI session. What do you do?
Go to the tutoring center.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's right there.
schedule an appointment.
Yeah.
Front desk.
Recommend this tutoring.
Exactly. This is Math 130. Psych 101 is also very hard, but you go to the front desk and you can get an appointment for that, right?
Yeah.
Right. Make it funny, make it light, move it along, you know? Every class has students that are going to make things challenging for the other students, and they will appreciate it if you can kind of keep the flow going. They're there for help, right? And they don't want to waste their time either, so it's good to keep things moving along. You have an SI session planned for the afternoon, but you have a big exam in one of your classes the next day. Do you cancel your session so that you can study for your exam? A, yes, B, no. Please don't move. So what do you do if your regularly scheduled SI session bumps into your own personal obligations as a student?
Time management.
Time management,
Manage your time.
right? Plan ahead. Have a good calendar where you plug all your due dates and exam dates and
Google
stuff in.
Calendar.
Google Calendar is my BFF.
Yes.
So you
same.
probably already know the test date ahead of time, so you should be fine.
You should, unless it's moved, the test date, you should know on the first day of class when you get syllabus,
Exactly. That's it.
right?
It's your responsibility.
I know it seems obvious, but every year during finals, we have many tutors who call out or are magically sick for the last 2 weeks of class, right? Because they have their own work to do and they procrastinated and maybe left us till the last minute, right? But SI is a lot more stringent, and these students have built a relationship with you over the weeks, and they're really counting on you. Not that tutoring isn't the same way too, it is. But for SI, you have sort of an extra obligation, right? It's why you have this intensive training. It's why the role pays more than being a tutor, because there are these expectations that you will be where you are when you're supposed to be there and stick to your schedule, right? You can always request that a session move if it meets the students' needs. Maybe they have an exam that week too and would rather do the study session in the morning. That's always a possibility too. You can always check with your supervisor. Several students in the SI session want to meet on Sunday to go over the material because there is a test on Monday. Do you schedule some time to meet with them on Sunday? Or do you tell them they have to meet with you on the tutoring center?
What was B? What was B?
Say they have to meet with you only during tutoring center hours. Awesome. Okay. last one. During your essay session, a student asks questions about topics the professor has not covered in the course yet, but are coming up soon. Do you go over these topics during the session, A? Or B, suggest that the students wait until those topics are approached in class? B, wait. Why do you wait if the topics are coming up soon?
Because as you mentioned before, our work is to refresh what has been done, not
Not
to
to
teach something.
teach.
Right.
You're always going over what was completed, not what's coming next. And don't forget your parking lot, right? You can always have a parking lot up in the corner in the whiteboard. Be like, that is a very good question. We're going to put it in the parking lot, and we will get to that next week, actually. Okay. Questions about any of those scenarios? Those are all based on real things that have happened. So good job on those. All right, that's it for the question part. You can sit back down here. And we're heading into our wrap-up.
Okay, so we're gonna come back to our handy dandy AWL chart. So, we still have some W's. So we have, how many sessions can an SI leader take per semester? Can anyone,
Bless you, thank you.
wait, was, whoever asked this, was this sessions or sections? Did I spell that wrong?
I said sessions.
Sessions.
Sessions. Like, well, like, no, not sessions, but like courses.
Okay, so
So you mean
sections.
Sections. Yes.
Okay.
The sessions are after the class? Yeah.
Yeah, the sessions are after the class, but as a rule of thumb, you can take a maximum of 2 because we allot 19 hours, and give or take each SI session basically takes about 9 hours a week because you're meeting twice, and then you're having 2 SI sessions, and then your half hours of planning time. So anywhere from 7 to 9 hours, depending on how your schedule goes. But sometimes you will have like Professor Atkins' class where it's just meeting once a week for 3 hours instead of the 2 4-hour things. You'd be able to have some leeway, but for the most part it's 2. Lakey?
So we have the 9 hours you say per week for one class.
Yeah.
So they're just allowed to do 20 hours per week.
Peers can do 20.
Oh, peers can do 20. But for the most part, just for SI in general, we pretty much only give 19.
And remember that your hours as an SI leader and your hours as a tutor cannot go over that limit. So if you're peer, it's 20 total. So if you had 9 for 2 sections, you'd have 2 hours available left for tutoring, which would make Monty very sad if you were a math and science tutor. But it happens.
So that's you just answered the question. So how many hours on top of tutoring? No, that's great. How many hours on top of tutoring? It depends. Depending on how many SI sections you are taking. And the minimum hours of SI, it's, like I said, anywhere between 7 and 9. So it's not a huge commitment, but it's a good chunk of your time per week. It definitely isn't something that you can just go, collect a paycheck, and go home. Unfortunately, there's a lot of thinking that goes into it and a lot of hands-on. I mean, this will really give you a lot of really great public speaking experience as well, because you have to do a lot of stuff, not only in a group of people, but on the fly a lot of the times. You can plan for one thing and realize that actually I can't do any of this right now, so I have to completely think of something entirely different, which has happened before. It's happened to me more times than I can count as an SI leader, unfortunately, but it's a really good skill. Okay, so now we're on to the L. Can anyone give me what the L is? Learned, yes. So what did you learn?
To be an SI.
learn a lot of techniques and activities to make learning fun. That's pretty much what it seems like. Well, it's
The three non-negotiable.
Planning sheets, yes. Been with each other for 7 hours. I hope you learned something.
Be flexible with your plans, but firm with your boundaries.
Ooh. Okay, what about in terms of a SI leader-professor relationship? What are some things that we learned?
You are not a professor. That's the
Yeah.
first thing. You are
Very
not
true.
a professor. You're an SI leader, so you don't have to teach the students anything.
Yes?
You teach without teaching.
I'll put that as a little tangent.
Teaching students is student experience.
So UMKC likes to call that a near peer model, but yeah, you're right, student to student. Yes?
You don't interrogate the students or make them feel like you're authority over them. Instead, you make them feel like we're all equal.
Perfect. Okay, anything else? I mean, not even regarding the relationships, but anything else you can think of? Or how about this? If you had to go run and tell your friend about SI training, what's one thing that you would tell them? So one thing that you would take away from this training that you feel is really important as an SI leader. Yes.
The conclusion part.
So that conclusions are really essential?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I really like the Socratic method.
I was gonna say,
That was
emphasize the dialogue, critical thinking, and spotting contradictions.
yeah.
That's cool.
Yes?
Mindful of the time of the session to add the closure as well.
We're teaching people to learn.
I'm sorry?
Teaching students to learn.
Yes, okay. Yes?
Incorporating techniques for students to become independent learners.
That's a really good one. That one's really important. Okay, I think that's a pretty, oh, yes?
This is 20 seconds.
Of wait time? Okay. Perfect. Okay. So, we are going to send out to you a survey monkey, basically to hear from you how you felt about the survey. It's going to be anonymous, so we won't be able to see who, we'll see who participated, but we won't be able to see who wrote what. So I'm going to send that in a link this week. If you could please fill that out, we would sincerely appreciate it and be as honest as possible. We try to make these as worthwhile as possible. So if there's anywhere that you see improvement or something that you think we did really well, please let us know. And before I leave, I brought some timesheets up so that we don't have to chase you guys to get paid. And you don't have to chase us to get paid. So raise your hand if you're a peer tutor. So peer versus professional.
Oh, okay.
You're professional? And then Kelly, since this is part of the STEM grant, so you'll just fill yours out downstairs in the class program.
I have a question. I have work study, so I don't know if I would have this one. It's a non-work study timesheet.
Yeah, because you're not filling it out as work study.
Oh, okay.
That's the standard tutoring.
Oh, okay.
And yours is funded by the tutoring center, so you just fill out a normal tutoring center.
Label at the top.
Yep, yep. Hey, I mean, you could put SI training at the top, but it counts as just tutoring hours.
Yeah, I just, that helps me.
Yes.